A very good morning from us here at the Entebbe Cricket Oval. Welcome to match day number 4 of the Women's Day T20 Cup happening here in Uganda. We are at the Lakeside Oval, and this particular clash is a clash between Nepal up against the highest ranked tournament team in the tournament, Namibia. In your frame there, there's two teams obviously having just completed the anthems of both nations. They will be gearing up and getting ready to get onto the cricket field. But just before that, Dennis was with the two players at the toss.
Of the Women's Day Cup, our morning game at the Lakeside Oval in Entebbe is a clash between Nepal and Namibia. At the toss, I have the two captains, Indu Bama from Nepal, Snow Whitman from Namibia, and our third umpire for the day, Mr. Simon Kintu. Indu is the home captain, so she's going to be doing the tossing. Heads is a call. Tails it is. Indu, you win the toss. Tell us what you're going to do and why.
Definitely we are going to ball first because we trust our bowling attacks and we wanted to give a low target to opposite team.
All right, very, very close game last time against Hong Kong, China. You were short by just 2 runs. How are you going to be able to manage the ranches today?
We'll play good cricket. We'll not be doing same mistakes again and again. So we'll do good today.
All right, the runouts have been a challenge for you and your girls. Have you spoken about it in the team meetings?
Yes, we just share our thoughts like we have to play good cricket. That's it.
All right, any changes from the team that played last time?
Yes, one change is Mamta in, Bindu out.
All right, good luck to you and the girls.
Thank you so much.
Snow, you've been asked to bat first. Your thoughts?
We would have liked to bowl first, seeing it's a new surface to see what it does. But you know, at the end of the day, you need to be able to do both. So going into bat, we need to make sure we put on a nice defendable total for our bowling unit. Yeah, we need to accept the challenge.
Do you have any total in mind that you think will give you a good chance in the second innings?
Like I said, it's a new wicket, but definitely you need to score at a runner ball. So anything, let's say 130 plus, would be I think for our bowling unit, fielding unit, it should be a defendable total. But yeah, we don't want to go at a runner ball. We need to score more than a runner ball.
All right, a couple of close games in the first round, but yesterday the girls had the day off. What do you want to do better in the second round so that you push for a place in the final on Sunday?
Like I mentioned, our bowling unit, fielding unit is pretty strong. We had a bit of a downslope last year, but I think we're getting it back together. Now it's just up to the batters to come to the party. The batters need to show up today with the bowling and fielding unit.
All right. Have you made any changes to the team?
Yes, Bianca Manuel out and Idel van Sail back in.
All right, good luck to you and the girls.
Thank you so much.
That's the news from the middle. Nepal have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
And there it is. That's what happened earlier on at the toss, and Nepal winning the toss and electing the ball first, obviously under overcast conditions. A toss that Nepal has continued to win and look to fully utilize. And to no surprise, Pooja will be opening the bowling from an end she has become very familiar with, that airport end. We've seen just how destructive she is with the new ball, bowling those big in-swingers. But I am not alone in the commentary box. With me is a former cricket crane international, Michael Grace Ndiko. Welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you, Davis. Good morning. Beautiful day out here. The clouds are holding just a little bit, but it's the sun is really piercing through as well soon, and we'll have a very good day for cricket. If you're anywhere nearby Entebbe Cricket Oval, make your way and have a very amazing and satisfying experience witnessing this women's cricket game once again between Namibia and Nepal.
Well, we are a second away from starting getting proceedings going. But yet again, the Namibians go with that likely, or you'd say, a familiar opening combo of the captain, Sune Wittmann, alongside Kylene Green. We haven't seen as many runs yet from Kylene Green, but we know that she's very handy with the bat. Leading edge. Very fortunate there for Wittmann. Unable to go to hand. Bit of obviously, Mike, it is a new wicket. You're thinking maybe that on that first delivery could have seen a bit of signs of slowness, and that's stopping in the wicket.
I agree, Davis. It's always very interesting batting on a new track, because you just may never know whether it will give you the full experience of a new and hard wicket, or you'll just have to wait and have a look. At least for the first couple of balls, you may want to have a look, and there indeed is a perfect example. But Pooja Mahato will really share chances here to try and pick an early wicket and set the tone.
Big in swinger yet again from Pooja Mahato. And I reckon she's probably going to use a lot of these overcast conditions because there's a light breeze blowing from that Lake Victoria. So that breeze that blows across the ground is one that she's continued to make full use of. And her field will tell you that because she has a deep square leg down in that region and a third man, to tell you a thing or two that the big in swinger is what you're most likely going to face.
This time opting for a more applicable or more effective in swing by starting outside the off stump and trying to bring it back towards off stump. Once again, Pooja Mahato doing the job for Team Nepal with 3 dots already. And Sunai Vitman trying to make sure she gets off the mark and putting that's a lovely end swing. Good basic cricket to watch and to behold right now. And indeed, it's quite a big test because almost all through this tournament, we've seen many bowlers coming from the airport end road trying to make sure that they utilize the conditions and get that big in swing in.
Another big in swinger yet again, without sounding like a broken record, Michael, is we are very used to obviously those kind of deliveries. But for me, a point perhaps of observation is you just look at the guard that the Namibian batters have been taking throughout the tournament. They seem to stand on that off-stump guard. And obviously with that off-stump gives you a bit of protection against those big in-swingers that Pooja is bowling. On the contrary, if the batters were standing far outside leg stump, it would make it a lot easier for Pooja's in-swingers to actually look to target those stumps and make the job a lot harder for right-hand batters.
Absolutely spot on there, Davis. But finally a single, getting Namibia off the mark with the final ball of the over. Vitman will definitely be at least happy with that, but seeing the change in equipment as well tells a story. But that brings us one after one. And that is indeed the team Namibia with Suna Vitman, Kylan Green opening the batting. Yasmin Khan probably will come in a little one down, and Vilka Mwatile, Arasta Degrat, Ele Van Zyl, Sylvia Shehepo, and Mezarel Igoras, Mekalaya Mwatile, Evelyn Kajora. And that is the team. And Nepal's team with Sumakara Katka opening with Sana Praveen. Pooja Mahato will probably come a little later, but Idu Bama there, the captain, always going about the business with Kabita Joshi, very able with Rubina Shetri, one of the other batters that always come in, and Roma there indeed will, their opportunity will come, of course, after this particular inning. But right again at the golf course end, we'll have Ishori Bita opening the bowling. The wily left-hander bowler, very interesting, and always asking the questions just outside that off stump. Let's see how it goes about today.
Full toss, Joycey full toss. That's walked down there to that Vakan Migudu region. And Sune Vidman is off that mark, obviously getting that boundary. First boundary for her in the inning. Namibia 5, obviously, without losing a wicket yet.
Very good awareness from Vitman, and indeed gets full purchase of the no ball, which is already adjudged as a no ball for height, and it will make it a very interesting turn in the events of this particular fixture, because suddenly Vitman now has a free hit on her hands, literally.
Takes a big shimmy down the wicket, unable to get bat to it, but you can clearly tell a bit of slowness and lowness in the wicket. Gave herself too much room and unable to get bat on that one. But Sune Vidman is one of those batters, obviously, that the Namibian Capricorn Eagles rely on heavily for runs. She hasn't gotten going yet in the tournament. She'll be hoping the second round of the tournament yields a lot of returns with bat in hand for her.
You know, Davis, that probably could explain the dynamics that are going through the Namibia dugout, especially at the moment, because suddenly they feel like their star players are yet to come to the party. But probably today, just about the second round of the particular tournament, today will be the day.
Beautifully struck there through that mid-off region. Gave herself a lot of room. Quality in there. That's a shot oozing class and quality that Sue Vidman does possess. Pierces that boundary. Second boundary for her in the over. Looking at that. Give herself room. Opening up that vacant offside field.
It's just that day. Vidman Sunai and it's just that day. Vidman Sunai and Kylie Green seem to say this is their day and they want to get the game going. They want to get their tournament back on course.
Yeah, Mike, both teams will obviously know that they're coming into this particular fixture knowing that they lost their last games. The two sit at the bottom two really in the tournament so far when you look at the log of the tournament. However, more importantly, Mike, is that 10 deliveries have been bowled and 10 deliveries have been faced by Sune Vidman. None yet been faced by her partner, Kylie Green. Sune Vidman is taking care of the business herself.
Interesting observation. You see a hint of pressure there on Ishwari Bida. She's quite in strange places today. I guess I spoke just a little too early because suddenly Sunai Vidman is guilty of probably trying one too many, probably being more aggressive than would have been required. But that's the wicket indeed. Once again, repeating the inside-out approach and Ishwar.
Yeah, it gives herself a lot of room, but more importantly is the slowness in that delivery. Ishwari Beast very smart to take the pace off, especially the fact that she had changed her field and sent the long off and long on down to the ring. She looked to take off the pace and it yielded returns for her. They get to see the back of Sune Vidman.
Absolutely, Dennis. Indeed, you do mention about the conditions. It looks like probably it will be the afternoon when we see a more truer experience. But yes, Yasmin Khan there coming in at one down with a lot of required of her, quite a lot in terms of the particular inning, but also the partnership between her and Kylie Green. It will be interesting to see how she goes through this process.
Yes, Mike, I was very interested in seeing just how much time the two batters are going to spend having a conversation, because I would imagine Kylie Green may not have a lot to tell advice to give Yasmin Khan, considering she hasn't faced a delivery. But we know that this particular, especially this combination right now, Kylie Green alongside Yasmin Khan, will be one of those that the Namibian Capricorn Eagles will be hoping can get them to at least close to that 40-run mark, a score that they'll look to try and build on at the back end of the inning.
And indeed, Davis, seeing that already it was 16 from the first two overs, really 40 within the power play, still on. But I would be very interested in seeing how Kylie Green and especially Yasmin Khan go about their business, considering that they would definitely want to have a bit of a foundation.
Loud shot there for LBW, but quickly turned down, obviously. Umpire Athola Sharon judges that as a no ball. Judges that as a no ball for overstepping. Beautiful delivery for Yasmin Khan to actually be facing a free hit first up. I don't think you can ask for a better delivery to try and get off the mark. Oh, close one there. Looking at the replay.
No wonder Ishwari will seem to be asking a bit of a question there.
Wide delivery, she'll have to obviously bowl that. I think I might have missed my words there by calling that one close. Didn't seem very close, but again, we are very lucky to be in the commentary box, not doing the hard work that the umpires have to put in out there.
She has to reload that one as the free hit is still on. And that was another close one because Kylie Green and Yasmin Khan once again tried to build the partnership at the beginning. At the moment, right away, Yasmin Khan has to start with a dive in to try and make her ground, just as she did a couple of days ago.
That brings an end to a very exciting second over whereby Namibia managed to get 18 runs. At this particular stage, Namibia are 19 for 1. Pooja Mahota will continue to operate from that golf course end. Of course, she'll know that she needs to do a bit of a repair job, considering her partner Ishwari Beast has gone for 18 runs in that over. So she knows that she needs to peg the run rate down a bit back so that not to allow Namibia to quickly get out of the blocks.
Well, at least the silver lining is that they had to see the back of Vitman Sunai. That was the consolation for the over. Indeed, Davis, you mentioned the previous over, it had everything. Had runs, boundaries, wickets, extras, everything to look out for. But it looks like the magic ball is that in swing. A bit of an exaggerated one, but also the benefit of the conditions at the moment.
Half chance there. A bit too high for Kabita at mid-wicket to try and take that and complete that catch. But it allows the batter Yasmin Khan to get 2 runs. Interestingly, Mike, I don't think we should go too far without talking about, for me, the intelligence that Pooja has continued to ooze. Just before she bowled that delivery, she had an extra cover at the boundary with the third man on the ring. But then she opted to try and send the third man back down and the extra cover in. In a way, it is a way of indicating to the batter that she's going to continue bowling those big in-swingers. Bowled it right there. Yasmin Khan fortunate to get that just over that far fielder there at short mid-wicket Kabita. So it's smart bowling from Pooja.
Certainly Pooja has her trade well thought out. And but it's also interesting to see this particular partnership. I would have thought they are not exactly the quickest between the wickets, but it's good to see that Kylie Green and Yasmin Khan are taking the first run first, giving themselves an opportunity to actually make a second, and just like we saw in that previous couple of runs they got.
And finally, Kylie Green faces the 16th delivery of the match and puts it away. Full toss on the outside of stump. She manages to lean into it and drive it through that cover region. 4 runs to her total.
You know, Davis, I never liked batting number 2 because sometimes you'd have to wait to face the first ball of your inning. But Kylie Green really showing what she's about. Getting a boundary off her very first delivery faced. Beautiful through the cover drive there. Commendable for her efforts.
Very close there, nearly clipped the stumps. Wicketkeeper unable to get onto it, and that sails away for some valuable buys for Namibia. Mike, look at that replay. You just felt pig in swinger. Kylie Green throws the kitchen sink at it, but she loses her shape in that shot, trying to hit it too hard. Lost her shape, didn't get her front foot, that left foot of hers in line at all. And she nearly lost her wicket. She nearly got bowled there. Very fortunate to still be outside there.
Very lucky indeed. But again, it could just be one of those nerves, having stayed there for a couple of overs without facing a single ball. It tends to happen that, as you mentioned, losing the shape is probably an example of trying to get so much going in a short time. But that brings up another successful over, the third over, leaving Namibia 28 for 1.
And Ishwari Beast will continue to operate from the golf course end. She'll know that she had a bit of a mixed bag of an over. She went for 18 runs, very, very big over. Biggest over, obviously, in the match so far. 18 runs, but she picked up that big scalp of Sune Wittmann, the captain of the Capricorn Eagles. But she'd want to tie down that the run rate, not just for that Namibia has gotten at this point, but even her economy rate. I'm sure a lot of the fans watching there in Kachumadu will be hoping that Ishwari Beast can look to try and slow down on this Namibian onslaught, you would say.
I agree, Davis, because clearly the ball that should slow down a bit or have a bit of change of pace turned out to actually be very lethal. And we'll see how she actually adjusts in this particular over. A bit of some field changes there. Deep square leg turning into more of a cow corner, and mid-wicket moving a little squarer. It will be good to see going ahead what this kind of approach will be.
Little glass there, this run-out opportunity. Nepalese fielders unable to get it on the bullseye. But I think one of the things I like about Yasmin Khan, she's a very busy player looking to get things going. She doesn't like to sit around and just hang in there. She likes to keep the scoreboard ticking. So she's shown a lot of as well class and her ability to have that intent and transfer that intent into some amount of runs. She's a big, good runner between the wickets. Kylian Green yet again goes for another wild slog, you will say. Tries to go mid-wicket. Yet she has, in her first, of course, delivery that she faced, she played a beautiful cover drive. You'd rather hope that she goes in that kind of approach. But yet again, with that slog, she loses her shape and her head is nowhere near to helping her bat make connection.
You get the feeling that I think the game plan was more of there has to be early aggression for Namibia.
Much better there from Kylian Green. As we said, she's looked a lot better when she's tried to play a lot straighter. This time round, manages to get enough bat on it. Pierces that boundary, you would say.
Good on drive there. Over the top. Indeed, because that seems to be the vacant region that Namibia would look to exploit. But a very good application there from Kylian Green. And the result, of course, is another change in the field as the deep cow corner tends to go back square leg, and we now have a long on at the boundary.
Yet again, similar result. Just as it happened in the first wicket, after conceding a boundary, she follows that up by hitting the bullseye. And this time it's Kylian Green who's sent back to the hut. She scored 8 of 7 deliveries.
I tell you, Davis, just a slow one there. As she slows it a bit and just concentrates on the line and length, Ishwari Beat is finally the jubilant one, winning again the little battle there. And Namibia will definitely look to try and consolidate the situation at 33 for 2 after 3.4. The run rate is still looking good, but the rate at which also the wickets are falling will have them a bit in a concern. You seem to see a bit of adjustment there from Kylian Green, because now mid-on had gone down to the boundary at long on, so she couldn't really play the expansive over the top, trying to hit it just like the previous ball. And that will bring Mezali onto the strike. Mezali Gorasis comes on as number 4 batter, with Ishwari Beat very glad to take on the challenge at the moment.
First time we're seeing the Namibian wicketkeeper Gorases batting. You'd say in the top half of the inning. We did see her last time round against Uganda. She played. She was obviously not out, unable to get her team over the line. But we know that she's more than handy with the bat. She's excellent behind the stumps there with gloves. But she's going to be tasked to do a job today. The Namibian dugout continues to ring in a couple of changes. We are yet to see that young all-rounder Makalaya, who has traditionally been batting for them at the top of the inning.
You know, it's interesting that whenever Ishwari Beat has just a bit controlled that in-swing a little further, trying to concentrate on the particular length and letting the ball swing, having it a bit pitched up a little more, she's more effective and has gotten Namibia quiet. The Namibia batters, Capricorn Eagles, a little quiet. They're not soaring as the two previous overs.
Beautifully driven straight to that fielder there, the Nepalese captain Indubama. It's been excellent in the field as well, and she has led her troops very well. But with that dot ball, brings an end to the fourth. Namibia 33 for 2. And there is a bowling change from the airport end. Nepalese captain Indubama, she's been exceptional as a leader of that pack out there. It's the first time around we're seeing her actually bowling in the power play. She's been very economical so far in the Women's Day T20 Cup. But she'll know that she needs to try and put the brakes on this Namibian onslaught. You would say Namibia are cruising at 33 for the loss of 2 wickets. So it is the wicket column Namibia want to try and keep an eye on. If they can bat for maybe another 4 overs without losing a wicket, they will feel that they're already in cruise control of this particular fixture.
Indubama is very interesting in her approach because it seems to be like a spinner's approach, but skids them in and tries to make sure that the batters don't have the room and the freedom to actually express themselves. And she will be quite an interesting bowler at such a time when they want to roll back that run rate to at least 6 and less.
Farewell ball yet again from Indubama. Back-to-back dot balls. I like the fact that for me that the field changes have been made, have been rung in by the captain herself. It just shows that she has a good understanding of the game itself. She noticed that there's not much movement for her and opted to send the mid-on fielder down to the boundary and bring in that fielder who was at cow corner. Full and straight delivery. The batter manages, that is Yasmin Khan, manages to drive that down simply for 1 run. Again, it's exactly what I just talked about. Indubama recognized that there's not much in the wicket for her, and she bowls very full and straight, so she opted to send that mid-on down the boundary, and that fielder has already been called into action, saved 3 runs to the total.
Very intelligent captaincy there. And as well, there's a hint of in-swing in her kind of gentle run up and trying to skid it through, but also she's also benefiting from that late in swing, which makes the equation very interesting at the moment.
And Gorases with that drive through that extra cover region is underway. Not often do we see Indubama bowl anything outside that 4th stump line, but that one was a bit too wide and allowed the batter to actually hit that down to extra cover for a single. Bit of a copy and paste. Same kind of delivery, gets the same kind of treatment. And it is again hit to extra cover for a single. And with that single, brings an end to the fifth. Namibia 36 for 2. Double bowling change, and this time round bowling from the golf course end is the left-arm orthodox of Rachana. She's shown glimpses of quality in her, but she's also been guilty of bowling some long hops that batters have made her pay the price for. But other than that, she has bowled those beautiful deliveries that have continued to come in with the arm, pitched and turned away to beat her right-hand batters off stumps. So Nepal will be hoping she has one of those days whereby she can actually deliver and get this Namibian onslaught. Perhaps a bit slowed down. Namibia are cruising at a run rate of 7.2.
Rachana Kumari Chaudhry there with her first ball right in the spot, right in the very place that her captain Indubama needs her to be bowling. Davis just thinking about yesterday's Sarah Kiteng of Uganda.
Scamper through for a single. Fielder unable to hit the bullseye. Another big dive yet again from Yasmin Khan. Full-blooded effort from her to ensure she doesn't get run out.
Good expression there as well. Making sure that they don't take the foot off the gas. Because right now, Namibia was just slightly getting below 7. Yet they've been going at 8 over 8 and over. Good little battles there to see in the middle. But Davis, like I was saying, the previous day on Monday, Uganda's Sarah Kiteng, left-arm orthodox, had a good field day there, 5 for 11. Probably something interesting that could happen as well for Rachana Kamari.
Well, you're picking up the first and only fiver in the tournament so far. She bowled excellently, especially at a time whereby she bowled in high-pressure moments with that team requiring her to do the job, and boy oh boy did she deliver. But yet again, the dominance of left-arm orthodox spinners cannot be overstated worldwide in T20 internationals. So it is to no surprise, I think I mentioned it on day one, that you will rarely get a Nepalese side, cricket side, that does not have a left-arm orthodox spinner, because they understand the value addition that trade of bowling adds to and variety it adds to a team, especially if you're up against teams that are very right-handed dominant batters.
Absolutely there, and indeed considering also the conditions that these particular wickets have given something, they've offered something for the orthodox spinners to try and put some impact and effect against the batters.
No, thinking of it, I actually don't think, I think I played very easily close to 10 or more than 10 games against Nepal. And I don't think I ever played a single cricket game against Nepal and there was no left-arm orthodox spinner. Right from Shakti Gauchan, I think at that time they had a guy called Lalit. So generally they've always had those kind of variety kind of left-arm spinners in their sides. But with that dot ball, brings an end to the power play. Namibia 38 for 2. Looking at the highlights there, Sune Vidman was in the mood. She got some early boundaries, made full use of some lackluster bowling. She hit that right through that mid-off region. Then she hit a maximum to follow that up. Half beautiful footwork there. But it's that same footwork that led to her demise. Indubama will continue to operate from that golf course end, and I am not alone in the commentary box. Dennis Musali returns into the commentary box after having been with the two captains at the toss. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you very much, Davis. Already looking very, very interesting. 38 for 2 after not a very bad power play for Namibia. I think the only difference is the loss of the 2 wickets. But nonetheless, Yasmin Khan and Mazli have done a good job just to make sure there is no more damage. Knocked down, thought about a second, but sent back very quickly by Yasmin Khan. The difference between how Snow Whitman had taken off is that these two like to accumulate runs, so they are trying to occupy the crease. They kept knocking the ball around, and with an open field, at least they've been lucky to find the gaps where they can easily pick up the ones and twos. Played well there by Yasmin Khan, just caressing the ball past the fielders in covers. Pick up a comfortable double. I think that's what I'm talking about, Davis. They can easily find the gaps because the field has been spread.
I personally think that is actually a good tactic in terms of the batting unit. The ability to try and look to try and get maybe early runs, get quickly out of the blocks in that power play, but understanding the importance of the middle phase of play, especially in these T20s. It's a phase whereby many teams are looking to pick up as many singles as possible, be as busy as possible, pick up the odd boundary, not allow themselves to get bogged down. And it's that kind of blueprint that so far Namibia continue to display here.
Probably if I was Indu Bama, the captain of Nepal, I'll try and put some bit of pressure on the two, keep the field a bit tight, ask them to take a few risks, and maybe that pressure will create some wickets for you. Thick outside edge, and that will race away to the ropes. Boundary to Yasmin Khan.
Good intelligent batting here from Yasmin Khan. Recognizes that the third man fielder that had actually been brought into short third, recognizing that was obviously a boundary option, got a wide and full delivery that she made full use of this and just manipulated it to open up the bat to get that much needed boundary in the over.
And that boundary has made Indu Bama change her mind about that third man fielder being inside the ring. So they send her back to this to the boundary.
Good comeback delivery from Indu Bama, draws her length a bit back, and with that dot ball brings an end to the 7th. Namibia 45 for 2. Well, Dennis, you were with the two captains earlier on at the toss, and one of them obviously did clearly mention, Indu Bama did mention that she wanted to make full use of those overcast conditions here at the Lakeside Oval. What do you reckon, as obviously a person that has played on this ground for so long, what do you reckon the natural conditions at this the stadium will be? We're starting to see some sunlight pierce through those heavy clouds.
Yeah, really. And I don't know if it was really a very good decision for her to think about the overcast conditions so much, because the forecast had already said that it won't be so much rain today. Should have just backed themselves. Mazli caresses that through covers. They'll just get a single. Davis, just to answer your point that normally at Entebbe you want to back yourself, especially by batting fast, and whatever total you put on the board should be good enough for you to work with. So I'm always very, very tentative when teams win the toss and decide to bowl fast on this particular ground.
I think for Sune Widman, for me, it was a good toss to lose, because I would imagine for all the teams that are in the tournament, there's that thing that is playing at the back of their minds that majority of the teams that have actually chased down totals of the ones that have won. Run out opportunity. Easy decision there for the umpire. And Gorares loses her wicket in a needless attempt to run a second.
Yeah, totally against the run of play. A gift from Namibia, that wicket. The two was not on. The two was always going to be very, very tight, especially from Marazes. Because you can see there, plays the ball well, just Yasmin Khan. The intention is just to try and dub the ball into that empty. Unfortunately, they decided to take a run off the misfield. They always tell you never run off a misfield. Very terrible decision making there from the two batters. They were building something, but unfortunately, Nepal given some favor. And Grassas will have to walk back to the dugout. Sylvia Hepo walks out to join Yasmin Khan.
Well, Dennis, it is therefore, I would like to see that statistic about the number of runouts that have been effected in the tournament so far. It appears to be on the higher side for my liking.
Yeah, and that is something I asked Indubama about, that they've been terrible, the running between the wickets. And I was asking if they've spoken about it in the team meeting. And she mentioned that this time I think they just did it. The runouts came because of panic. And they was thinking of just staying calm in the moment, in those pressure moments, so that they don't have any more runouts.
But I don't think it's about them just simply staying calm. The realities of the game are that there will always be pressure, regardless of the situation that you'll obviously walk out there on. But when we're obviously trying to learn the game, as those formative stages always used to tell us, the trick about calling is simply 3 words: no, yes, and I think wait. But we still generally used to get guilty of being run out.
Yasmin Khan continues to chip away, gets 1-2 extra cover, and they'll get a single, which will bring Sylvia Shihepo on strike for the first time.
I see how you dodged that aspect of the runouts.
I was coming back to you, Davis.
You are the master of getting people run out.
Just say I was a master of getting you run out, not so many other people. Despite the fact that we've known each other for over 20 years, I'm surprised that run out was our greatest dismissal between the two of us.
I think the fault was mine for over trusting you, because each time you called, I actually came through. And then only to find you seated on one end of the wicket.
Goes across the line, Shihepo, but not given. But I think the trick is also normally having an understanding with your partner. If you realize that they can't easily make it the other end, maybe you need to be the loudest call has to always be no rather than the yes. 8 overs gone, 48 for 3. Good run rate, but just can see the batting scorecard for Namibia. The captain setting the tone immediately at the top of the order. 15 from 12 for her. Hard was the maximum in that. Kylen Green played a couple of lovely shots, but went for 8. Yasmin Khan and Gorases had started to conjure a partnership together, but Gorases has just gone back to the heart, scoring 4 of 10. 5 extras bowled by Nepal so far.
And there is a bowling change from the golf course end, from the airport end to be corrected. It is Ria Sharma bowling. Her legs, she appears to bowl leg spinners. She's one of those for me, but I've been very impressed about the amount of control she has with especially a spinner bowling from the back end, the back of her arm. I think that's a lot of control in her.
Yeah, very much, Davis, speaking from your spinners union. And I think every team that has had a very good spinner they've been able to help them. They've been able to help them win games. Uganda with Sarah Kiteng and Konsi Aweko, and Ria has been very, very good value for money for Nepal, as well as good use of the feet there from Yasmin Khan. She'll just get a single, but as well as Mwatile Mekalae for Namibia.
I think so has Chan Kai from Hong Kong. She hasn't gotten as many wickets, but she's managed to keep things a bit quiet for that Hong Kong-China outfit.
Actually, during this tournament, she brought up 100 T20I wickets for herself.
It's been a bit of an inning of two halves. We saw that in the first half of this particular inning, that by the fourth over, there was a lot of intent and aggression shown by the batters, of course, courtesy of Sue Wittmann alongside Yasmin Khan and Kylene Green. However, in contrast, they seem to have lost that bit of spark, and they have allowed Nepal to get back in. Run out opportunity. Shihepo is trailing, but she's able to get just in on time.
Yeah, Shihepo took her time just to get on her bike, and she nearly got herself in trouble. If the throw had been powerful at the non-strikers, she could have had herself in trouble. Very difficult to run after playing a shot on trying to play a sweep shot. Can see that again. Shepo went down on her knee, and then I think she didn't realize that Yasmin Khan had already come very quickly. 9 overs gone. The 50 comes up for Namibia. They are 50 for 3. Rachana Kumari again continues to dot. Davis, like you've mentioned, I think Namibia got out of the blocks very, very quickly, but things have gone a bit quiet for now. Goes across the line. Everyone goes up, and the finger is raised by Shalon Naswala. Sylvia Shihepo holds her head, not sure what happened there. But I think Sharon had enough to raise her finger. And Namibia lose their 4th wicket, 50 for 4.
Of course, for the big bombing drive, probably the slog itself. But as we did mention, that left-arm orthodox, slow left-arm orthodox, she does manage to beat the outside half of the bat and gets a faint feather that sails into the keeper's hand. And with that wicket brings a little bit of the drinks break, whereby both teams will take a bit of a drink.
See that again. Very good delivery, top class, but totally went across the line there, Sylvia. And with the way everyone went up, I think the umpire was sure that there was something on that. 50 for 4 as the teams take a drinks break. Namibia asked to bat first by Nepal, and after 9.2 overs, Namibia 50 for 4.
And as we return from that drinks break, Rachana Kamari is continuing to operate, obviously, from that golf course end, having picked up that wicket of Shihepo with the beauty of a delivery that came in with the arm and managed to get just enough patches to find that faint outside edge of Sylvia Shihepo. But with that in walks Adele Van Zyl. She has not contributed much with the bat, but we know how dangerous she can be. She is a big hitter of the cricket ball. Very ball yet again by Rachana, continuing to ask some difficult questions of this Namibian batting unit. Stringing in those dot balls. And it's that kind of over that the Nepalese they need to ensure that they can try and keep the pressure on the Namibians, especially if they can keep that wicket column ticking and quickly get into the Namibian middle and tail end.
Another one. Rachana is on fire. She gets Adele trapped in front. And Adele will have to go back without troubling the scorers. Beautiful again from Rachana. Completely missed by Adele. And Sharon Atwola is convinced that all three will be red. Namibia now in sort of trouble. They are 50 for 5. If you see that again on the replay. Very, very well balled by Rachana. And totally beaten, all hands up. Trying to play all around the ball, Adele. A good decision there from Sharon Atwola. And the jubilations will begin for Nepal. Will now feel that they have Namibia in all sorts of trouble. They are 50 for 5. 2 wickets in this over for Rachana. Beautiful bowling from Rachana Kumari. Phil Davis, when you bowl from that end, especially if you're a left-arm spinner, you bring in so many things in play, especially LB decisions.
Yeah, it's always the more attacking option really for the left-arm orthodox spinners. But with that dismissal, in walks one half of the Mwatile sisters. The dot ball delivery, it is Namibia at 50 for 5 after 10.
Double maiden wicket over from Rachana. Ria will continue bowling from the airport end. Nepal in the business for now. They've had some very, very close games. 1 wicket win over Uganda. Then on the next day, just falling short by 2 runs against Hong Kong, China. But they've been in the competition. Ranked 22nd in the world. You feel probably in a tournament of 4 nations, Namibia the highest ranked, followed by Uganda and Hong Kong, China. But Nepal have pushed the envelope proper. And they've played some lovely cricket. Ria continuing from the airport end. The responsibility now for Namibia on completely missed by the fielder. But she's able to catch up with it. The captain there, Indubama. Thought about a second, thought about a third, but wasn't on count. The responsibility for Namibia now on Yasmin Khan, just to make sure she can control the run scoring. Flighted up in the air, gift from Ria. And Yasmin Khan, the ball will have the legs to go all the way to the boundary. Yasmin Khan able to pick the gap. No one in that region. A rare bad ball from Ria. It's a sort of a gift. Nice, juicy, full toss. Yasmin Khan just makes sure she puts it in the gap. She's not trying to go for power, but she goes for placement and picks the gap beautifully. Rhea just needs to be smart with her bowling. Just try and get Yasmin Khan off strike so that they can be bowling to the new batters. Tidy stuff. Good comeback delivery from Rhea. Very well played by Ria and good bowling. Very well played by Yasmin Khan and good bowling from Ria. She just needs to bowl those balls that Yasmin Khan will just punch them down the ground, get Yasmin Khan off strike, and then bowl to the new batters. The opportunities for them to get wickets are with those that have just come in. We've seen Rachana pick up 2 wickets from the other end, all of them new batters. So as a team, you just sort of make a decision. Good stuff there from Wilka. Matile, she gets off the mark. So the plan as a team should always, especially as a bowling unit, should always be to make sure that you bowl into the new batters who come in. Oh, for good delivery. Nice and flat from Ria. And that will bring an end to proceedings. 11 overs down, 58 for 5. You can see the Ria very disappointed with herself. She gave away 8 runs in that over. If you take out the boundary, it could have been a tidy over. 58 for 5 after 11. Mike Ondiko comes back in the comms box and joins me. Michael, where do you see Namibia finishing? They're 58 for 5 now after 11. 9 more overs after this. And Rachana is on fire from one end. Flighted up in the air, but too much flight on it. Wilka is able to get it through the covers. Won't go all the way because the ball takes a stop just before the boundary. But at least they pick up 3 runs.
Thank you, Dennis. Indeed, it's great to be back, especially now that, again, Namibia is beginning to have a good flow. But yes, I see this. I guess their target could have been about 120. Along the way, they seem to drift away from that kind of trajectory, but I think they are still set up to go for that 115 to 120 runs. However, Rachana Kumari Chaudhry will have something to say about it.
And a good decision there. This time, Yasmin Khan accessing the extra cover. They didn't put an extra cover for Vilka. That's why when the other shot went through, they were able to pick up a 3. But I think it's always good for a left-arm spinner to be working with an extra cover. It's that odd bad ball that is outside of stump, and they need that sort of protection.
Indeed, Dennis, it's more like trying to dare the batter to try and play to play with that kind of turn, which most batters would oblige if there is no protection.
Whoa. Beats everyone and everything. Vilka withdrew from her shot the moment she realized that the ball was going away from her, and that totally confused the keeper as well. Being a wicket keeper, those things are very annoying. You can see that Vilka had shaped up to play a different sort of shot, and she completely deceived the keeper as well.
Dennis, it's always a thankless job, but thank you on behalf of the many wicket keepers that are never recognized.
Top quality ball in there from Rachana. I think the rule of thumb is always that you should have most of your fielders where the ball is going, and for a left-arm spinner, since the ball is most likely to be played on the offside, that is where you should have most of your protection. It's a cardinal sin if you're going to bowl without an extra cover, because obviously if you find some very good batters, they will hit you there the whole day. Good way to end the over. 12 overs gone, 64 for 5.
There's a change in bowling there as Rubina will come on from the airport end.
Yeah, Rubina, the match winner against Uganda. She struck a powerful shot, and I think a shot she will not forget in a very, very long time that got them the win over Uganda. Of course, Nepal and Uganda have played each other before in Nepal, in Kathmandu. Very well played by Yasmin Khan. The only winner that Nepal has in this tournament. The runs coming off the bat of Rubina. Played a very good shot, very rare, of a number 11, straight over the bowler's head. Deserved to go for a boundary, actually.
And also in her characteristic bowling with a cap.
Yeah, clearly a lot of girls are picking up from the West Indies captain Hayley Matthews. Up in the air, chance for a catch, but just over the fielder's head. Pick up a double. I think the problem there for the fielder is they are standing in between. You're neither here nor there. So if the chance comes, it can easily go over your head or land straight in front of you. You can see it from here that they are standing somewhere around the 45.
Dennis, there's always that debate about the no man's land positions while fielding. It never seems to yield the fruits. I don't know why. Sometimes we insist.
And I'll tell you, Mike, I think that's one of the reasons Robina's shot that she hit against Uganda was able to sort of go as far as it could. Because if the fielder had been on the boundary, they would have just come around and then collected it and throw it back in. But they had to run fast quickly and try and cut it off. And then in the process, that allowed the batters to be able to pick up a 3. 13 overs gone, 68 for 5, Namibia. Nepal won the toss and decided to bowl first. And that's a beautiful lakeside oval in Entebbe. Entebbe, the administrative town of this country. This cricket oval is not very far from the State House. So Entebbe, very, very quiet and lovely town. You can live here without ever going to Kampala, which is the capital city.
A change in bowling indeed from the State House end with Rhea Sharma. Rhea Sharma there changing ends, and it's adjudged that the dead ball. I think there was a bit of some miscommunication.
Yeah, interesting. I thought Wilka looked at this, she just walked away. Very well bowled and well played by Wilka. Wilka, not so very good on the eye, but she plays within herself. And she's able to find those gaps.
Well, Wilka Matile there within her rights to walk away in case she feels she's not absolutely ready, but Yasmin Khan showing that she is very much ready to strike that one of the best shots straight over the bowler for a straight drive for 4.
Yeah, Yasmin Khan has taken a liking to the bowling of Rhea, but a good use of the pitch, of the feet, gets to the pitch of the ball and easily picks up the boundary.
That will get Rhea Sharma a bit in some uncomfortable situation. Yasmin Khan, perfect cricket display there. Execution after the boundary, just rotating the strike and making sure that the partnership is building and growing. In the process, that will bring Wilka Matile back on strike. And that is indeed well fielded there as well. It's good to see Rhea Sharma always trying to make sure that she's putting her mark and stamp of authority on proceedings. because the runs have to be stemmed out. And a great shot there, cut short through by Vilka Mwatile to pick up a double there. And that enables Namibia to get to 78 for 5 after 14 overs. Beg your pardon there, it was a turn to 76 for 5. But Rubina Shedri will continue. And that was very close indeed. But we'll pick up another couple there of extras. Buys is the call indeed. It's good to see in this little passage of play in the partnerships there of bowling of Rubina Shetri and Ria Sharma, making sure that Namibia doesn't just stray off and take the day in terms of their batting tally, trying to make sure that they keep a bit of a quiet proceeding process in this particular passage of time. Brilliant there, little shimmy, straight drive through, extra cover there, picking up another couple by Yasmin Khan, demonstrating really how much high experience. Unfortunately there for Kabita, the ball actually does hit her knee. That's not a good scene there. Rather Kadka there, the opening batter. And there will definitely be intervention from the physio and the medical staff, giving Yasmin Khan the much needed breathe and break there to make sure that she takes a bit of water, probably recuperates a bit. But everyone, players there running, you may not see it in your images there in the camera, but everyone running to see what could really be happening to Kadka, because that was really a very painful hit onto the knee. Thankfully there is a medical physio seems to give a tentative clearance there to just first get off and get more attention to her knee, but yes, proceedings will continue on. With Yasmin Khan and Vilka Mwatile continuing to take home the team Namibia, the Capricorn Eagles, making sure they soar higher than ever before in this particular tournament. And Bindu has to come on as a substitute fielder there for Kadka. Very good over the top there by Yasmin Khan, getting it going, and indeed that brings up 84 for 5 in this particular over. And while that great shot you're seeing there in the background, Davis Karashan joins me here in the comms box.
Beautiful shot there, leadership down the wicket, good use of the feet there by Yasmin Khan, gets to the pitch of the delivery and muscles it right over the bowler's head into that side screen. I'll tell you, for me, I feel a little bit that Namibia have gotten out of jail here. They were at 50 for 5 at that halfway stage of the inning. They're now at 84 for 5, meaning they scored 34 runs in just under 5 overs. Very well struck yet again by Yasmin Khan. Chance there for the fielder in covers, but the fielder opting to keep their hands off that one. The bullet, a bit of a tracer bullet, smash there and covers, and with that boundary brings an end to the 16th, to the 15th. Namibia 88 for 5. Another little shimmy down the wicket. Pierces that gap there at extra cover. Expensive over, bowled by Rubina.
Davis, you mentioned about this little partnership that has grown into a really huge one now, worth 33 runs already between Vilka Mwatila and Yasmin Khan, and they seem well set to go.
Ria will change events for Ria. She's obviously operating from that golf course end. I'll tell you, for me, Mike, I'm a little bit shocked that Indubama opts to bowl Rubina ahead of Kabita, the other right-arm off spinner in the side. I always felt that from day one, Kabita seems to bowl. Kabita Joshi obviously bowls a bit flatter, gets a bit more patches out of the wicket. I found that her off-spin was more than handy, unlike the part-time off-spin of Rubina. I think it's been very expensive and has not yielded a lot of returns for the Nepalese side, especially the side that was actually felt was in a better of the two positions.
Perfectly put, Davis. Perfectly put. I would agree that, especially in the circumstances, even with the pace bowling, the in-swing seemed to give the batters a bit of hard time, but that is skied up there by Yasmin Khan into a no man's land, and indeed they are able to make 2 runs already into that particular shot.
Well, it is match day number 4. We're yet to see a half century scored by an individual player in the tournament. Yasmin Khan is on 43 or 42, so she's just 7 runs away from that small little individual milestone.
Certainly willing to go for that, because with this excellent running between the wickets, they're running their first run fast, and that puts the boundary fielders a bit on pressure and enabling them to always have those doubles more comfortably.
Yasmin Khan is continuing to put on an exhibition of how to play slow bowling. Use your feet, be brave enough to come down, take a leadership down the wicket, get to the pitch of the ball and make full use of that. And she continues, and unfortunately she's cleaned up. That elusive first half century in the tournament continues yet again to deprive the tournament, and Yasmin Khan is sent packing.
Well, Yasmin Khan being a victim of our own victory, little success there, getting into those shimmies a little too often and predictable for Ria Sharma, who is able to literally just snare her into the false shot, picking her middle and off. And that has Yasmin Khan walking back to the boundary, while Mwatile will join her sister into the middle. And right now, Namibia, that is in your replay, they are picking up the middle and off. And that is the end of Yasmin Khan. But Vilka, Mwatila and Mekalai walking on as we see the Nepalese support there. All pensive at the moment because of the proceedings. As you see, Namibia already at 93 for 6. But altogether, it's a game well poised.
Mekalai takes guard. She's walked in at number 8. Very unlike her. We've seen her start the innings off an opening. But this time sent to come at number 8 in that middle, and she gets off the mark immediately.
Good to see there. It remains to be seen, this particular partnership between the Mekalai and Vilka. Not yet seen them together in the tournament batting. But remember, they both individually can perform, and it's good to see. It will be interesting to see how they perform as a partnership.
Goes big. Vilka gets height on that one, but good work down there by the fielder. Long off manages to keep that to just 2 runs. You just get a feeling or a sense of not just agitation, but a sense of urgency from the Namibians. But with that double brings an end to the 16th. Namibia 96 for 6.
Earlier on, I was imagining a score, a target by Namibia of maybe 120, but as things look right now, I imagine they would really shave in about 130 to 135. However, there is also a change in bowling as Captain Indubama hopes to bring herself back on and try to dictate how the rest of the innings closes out, especially in these last 4 overs to go.
Big 24 deliveries left in this inning. More often than not, these are times when many teams would want to pick up as much momentum as they go into that innings break. That's very well struck down there at extra cover. They look to try and... It's a bit of a touch. You felt that they might have tried to get a second, but they opt otherwise.
Vilka Martile, they're already on 13 off 16 balls. She goes indeed for the big extra cover drive there over the top. One bounce for such a brilliant shot from Vilka Martile.
Very well struck there by Vilka. Goes for that inside out. Not too many batters really out there have the skill set to actually play that shot right over that cover region. But she does that excellently. Gets her basics right in line. And you just get a feeling that that brings up that 100. The Nepalese bowling attack being put to the sword.
Captain Indubama there, indeed, knowing that it's up to her to literally steer this ship clear of these murky waters that they find themselves in at the moment.
Wish we had the luxury of seeing a replay of that particular delivery. She took all the pace off and bowled the little leg cutter, deceiving the batter.
Another pace off there by Indubama, recognizing and realizing that the batters at the moment in Vilka and Mekalai will definitely look to utilize the pace on and go over the top, especially in these last couple of overs to go.
Loud shot for LBW. Umpire Patrick Makome not interested. That was drifting far down the leg side. Very easily missing that 5th stump. But a very valuable dot ball, you'd say, for Nepal right now. They know that they need to try and string some dot balls together. They can pick up an odd wicket or two. And turn what might be looking like a 130 score to about just 115 runs.
And with that, indeed, it brings up the end of the 17th over. Namibia at 103 for 6.
There is a bowling change from the golf course end. Ria Sharma takes a break. And Indubama throws the ball to the experienced Ishwari Beast. She went for quite a bit too many in her first 2 overs. Should want to obviously pick that back. I'm a bit surprised that Pooja Mahota has not yet had her second spell. It seems that she's been one of the better bowlers in this Nepalese bowling attack.
Indeed, Davis, a bit of murky waters there, as we say, but interesting there is how also the batters are taking their stance. Mekalaya Mwatila and Vilka Mwatila making sure they are literally covering all the stumps and therefore giving themselves a great opportunity to score either side of the wicket and making it a little difficult also for the bowlers to pick up their particular lines. As in that particular case, Mekalaya succeeded in picking up a double there on the offside. That's indeed what Ishwari Beast has been about, because despite the economy not being so good, she's always picking up that odd wicket in every over. Good change there in pace, just to beguile Mekalaya, who wanted to really go across the line, as you can see there in that image. As she goes across, the ball is not yet there and picks up her middle stump.
Slow delivery, as you did see. But if you take full recognition and look closely at where that particular delivery hit the stump, hit very low on the stump, so you just get a feeling there's a bit of a touch of slowness and low bounce on this particular wicket. Probably something for the teams, the rest of the teams actually take full recognition of, and perhaps look to line up their bowling attacks to try and take as much pace off as they come to bowl. But with that dismissal, in walks Arasta at number 9. Last time round, I think she came in about number 4, number 5. So it's been a lot of chopping and changing in that Namibian dugout. Of course, as they do some soul searching to try and get back to winning ways.
Interesting dynamics, Davis, as you know, especially when you are trying to get yourself out of a rut. Naturally, you will have to make some changes. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over. Oh, that is another close one there with an inside edge.
Speaking of getting yourselves into a rut, I want to throw one of those jaffas at you, Mike.
It's welcome.
Obviously, you know what the highest mountain in the world is. That one you obviously know. So I just want to pick your mind on which countries literally share the same border, but also have presence of that mountain in their country. Which 3 countries share that mountain?
Wow, that's a good one indeed. It's a rat. I hope I wish Dennis was nearby. He tends to be better at such things.
There don't have to be 3 countries actually. There are just a number of countries that actually share that physical feature. It's a big physical feature. One of those countries makes a lot of money through tourism. A lot of tourists go to that particular country to climb that particular mountain. So it's one of their biggest physical attractions.
Unfortunately, I would love to do a bit of some revising on online. I mean, right here in the broadcast, but I had to. Another good one there over backward point and the ball almost rolling, but it's just a couple of runs for Vilka and Arasta. Indeed, Davis, I was just thinking about Mount Himalayas. I don't know why, but again, I remembered Mount Everest. So it is interesting, but the countries, definitely, there is Nepal, and there has to be India, definitely close to it. So again, oh yeah, and definitely it is China. Interesting, almost all of them are represented except India, in a way, in this tournament. But that brings up 108 for 7 after the 18th over. But Indu Bama there to continue from the airport end road.
Starts off with a dot ball delivery. They will obviously know that Arasta, in the last time these two teams met, she scored those very important 11 runs off 5 deliveries that were then able to allow Namibia pick up that victory, first victory in the first and only victory. Because we're a big slog sweep, gets enough wood on it, runs down there to that vacant middle wicket final region, and the fielder is able to keep that to just 3 runs.
Gutsy shot there from Arasta because she had to literally get down on her knee. But that brings up also the Nelson Davis.
Very famous umpire used to stand on one leg whenever it got to Nelson scores in cricket. Leg by deliver, leg by there, they scamper through. Easy pickings. Mike, I'll not ask which umpire it was. Why not? But again, I want to pick your brain. Done any mountain climbing ever before?
Apart from Weary Hill, I don't really see myself on any high mountain higher than that.
Very well ball yet again, cramping the batter Rasta for room. A little bit untidy there by the keeper. Licking some very soft runs. Runs that Nepal will have to come back later in the second inning to try and defend.
surely Nepal would have really trying to keep Namibia below 120, but as things stand, it is on for the score. Indeed, almost a nothing shot there from Vilka. I guess she tried to really hit that so hard, but it was a juicy full toss. However, with a little shimmy, made the picking up of the ball a bit harder as it was dipping into her. Oh, and indeed the next ball into Bama, putting on their show, picking up a caught and bowled right into the injured hand there, but doing it for the team altogether.
Full on straight delivery. Vilka unable to get right under that one and can only manage to muscle it straight into the waiting hands of the very competent Indubama, captain of Nepal. And with that wicket brings an end to that 19th over. With Namibia at 113 runs for the loss of 8 wickets.
And with that, we have Evelyn walking on to the middle in position number 10. And Bishishwari will have to continue also at the golf course end.
Big final last over here. 6 important deliveries. Goes for a big slog, but all the pace taken off by Ishwari Beast, making it a lot more difficult for Rasta to try and ramp or even play that big slog sweep that she does possess. But more important, look at where she's standing. Far outside that off-stump guard to give herself full access to try and access the entire 360 ground.
Oh yes, and indeed, she goes for a big swing over. Interestingly again, the fielder at long on is a little bit inside, and that ball goes over them, over Kabita. However, still picking up only 2 runs. The boundary is not gotten there. However, it is interesting to see how Arasta tries to go for that big hit nevertheless.
Just get a feeling it's that kind of case. Good work there by Kadka. After doing something a little bit untied, should have wanted to take the catch. Again, slow delivery. Arasta throws the kitchen sink at it. Can only get a fine edge. Runs down to third man. Does it have enough in it? Yes, it does. 4 runs to the total.
This time the pace, a little bit of pace on there, and Arasta is the beneficiary. It is indeed quite interesting times here, considering that, as Davis pointed out, a bit of the slowness of that particular track, meaning that you don't want to try and give any pace for the batters to work with. But Ishwari there, taking that a little wider of the batter, giving a chance to go past slip region.
Yet again, work to do for the keeper. Keeper unable to hold it in. Work for Rachana down there at third man. Chance really, you'd say. It looked like it was drifting down the leg side, but Arasta got some a bit of a glove in there. Chance dropped really by the wicketkeeper there, and he could have saved that team 2 runs.
Indeed, it looked like actually it was already in Roma's hands, only to realize it was just past her. But that brings up the 120 psychological total. Another brilliantly driven one through extra cover by Arasta there, and picking the final boundary indeed. Rather the second last ball of the over.
Not even the experienced Rubina down there long off could keep that in. Full delivery, very well driven there by Arasta. Wide of long off, work to do. And the fielder could only come in second in that race. Highest total so far in the tournament has come on day 4. But Arasta is playing a blinder. She's on 16 of 11 deliveries with just 1 delivery to wrap this first inning up.
This is quickly turning into her speciality. jumping out there, big shimmy, but the ball is just dances past it and it's a dot. A bit of an anticlimax to the end of the over, but nevertheless, those 10 runs, I beg your pardon, those 12 runs in that last over has turned the equation over indeed for Namibia. And that surely will bring a close to the innings with a Rasta there and Evelyn Kylie completing 125 for 8. The highest total as already mentioned, and that brought Sunai Wittmann 15 of 12. Good start there with Kylie Green 8 of 6 and Yasmin Khan 45 of 44, close to the first half century of the tournament. Another contribution there, of course, Vilka Mwatile 20 of 23. However, that Arasta little cameo, Arasta Degrad 16 of 12, saw the top team total coming to 125. And that bowling card indeed, Puja Mahato, as mentioned earlier on, only 2 overs at an economy of 4. Quite a surprise, but he surely beats the peak of the bowlers in terms of wickets. However, the highest economy too, 3 wickets, 10, 40 runs off her 4. Indubama, quite a skipper's inning, picked a wicket there, and Rashana Kumari also picking 2 wickets. Ria Sharma doing also the job, as well as Rubina Shetty having 14 runs from her couple of overs. And altogether, that was also the fall of wickets to make it 8 wickets picked from Namibia. And those are the highlights there. Big full toss there, sent to the boundary of Ishwari, and that kind of set the tone of her bowling for the rest of the day. As another big one there, through extra cover, driven by Suna Wittmann. And indeed, she went ahead and got that big one well over the bowler for 6 maximum. And that trend seemed to continue until finally cleaned up there with an in-swing, slower ball there. Ishwari happy a bit. Nevertheless, on the other end, Puja Mahato quite cool, but also going a few runs there in that over. But Ishwari is continuing, fell into Kylie Green's arc, another big one over the top for 4, and once again picking up Kylie Green with another clean ball with a slow one coming back in as an in-swing, and that set the tone indeed, trying to quiet in a bit there between Yasmin Khan and Mazali, and they continued there with that particular building up on the inning. Mwatile there, the 2 sisters, one of them is gone for a surprise, caught behind there. And another LB shot there, indeed, saw Edley out, LBW. And the story seemed to continue for Team Nepal, as it seemed to be a game of 2 halves, each of them always getting back into the game. However, Namibia always giving the counter blows there, as you can see with the boundaries of Yasmin Khan's bat, as she continued with good shimmies down the wicket, picking up that boundary every so often, and continued to use her feet against the spinners, picking up a lovely shot again over the top, 1 bounce. And that story seemed to continue all the way, as she put on a very good partnership between herself and Vilka. And so Yasmin Khan once again prevailing until finally she had one too many, dancing past that one for a ball. And indeed Ishwari beats, also picking her wicket, almost had it there, gone at 105 for 7. However, Namibia continued because they still had a few more runs to pile for their total. Even with Indubama's comeback there and finally picking the wicket of Vilka. But Arasta as well had something more to say, having a quick cameo there, picking up very lovely drives through extra cover, over the top, literally going 360 degrees to the total of 125. And with that, we had 125 for 8.
We're back for the second innings on match day number 4 of the Women's Day Cup. The morning game between the ladies of Nepal and the Capricorn Eagles of Namibia. Namibia with an imposing first innings total of 126 from the allotted 20 overs. You can see the bowling scorecard for Nepal. 3 wickets for Ishro Beast, 3 for 40. She went for plenty. But Rachana, the standout bowler, most definitely 2 for 9 for her in now quarter of 4. And Ria Sharma with a wicket as well. 11 extras bowled by Nepal. Bit generous in 126. The batting scorecard for the Namibians. The enforcer of things for them, Yasmin Khan, 45 from 44. Missed out on a deserved half century. But a late charge at the back end from Wilka Mwatile, 20 from 23. And Rasta putting on the finishing touches, 16 from 12 balls, as Namibia finished on 125 for 8 in their 20 overs. 126 of 120 balls is what Nepal will need for them to get their second win of the tournament. And for Namibia, they are also trying to come back from a loss to Uganda. 1-run loss for them on match day number 3. And they are at the bottom of the 4-nation tournament. The teams will be now pushing for places in Sunday's final. So as the second round starts today, Wilka Mwatile will take the new ball from the airport end for Namibia.
Dot ball delivery first up from Wilka Mwatile. She is up against Samhana Kadka alongside Sana. It was an opening duo that did very well for Nepal in that picking up that victory against Uganda. Because for the big booming drive, unable to get much needed do to it, can only get an inside edge, which runs down to that final region for a single. You just get a feeling that Namibia, having posted the highest score in the tournament so far, they will know that it's not yet over, because they previously had posted the highest total in the tournament, I think 115 runs, but that total was chased down by Hong Kong on the back of Bibi, who played a blinder of an inning to finish the game off with 2 maximums. So Namibia will not be taking this 125 lightly. Big swinger there from Wilka Mwatile. Easy decision for the umpire, a bit too high and drifting down the leg side. Looking at that beauty shot, we are at the Entebbe Cricket Oval. Lakeside Oval here in Uganda. The tournament, the Women's Day T20 Cup, 4-nation tournament between Hong Kong, China, Nepal, Namibia and the hosts Uganda. It's been that kind of tournament with the teams obviously ranked between number 17 and number 22 coming down here to Uganda to try and play this tournament with valuable T20 ranking points on offer.
Davis, I think every team would want a player like Wilka Mwatile. She can hit a long ball and she also opens the bowling. It's very valuable how the game has changed now that your opening bowler can make a contribution with the bat as well.
It simply is literally, as you said, it speaks to the evolution of the T20 game. See, at least 2 of the sides in the tournament have those kind of all-rounders. Mwatile for Namibia, Puja Mahota for Nepal. You have those big all-rounders that open the bowling but are more than handy with the bat in hand.
And one of the few bowlers I've also seen, Wilka and Puja, who can really swing the ball, get some sort of shape on the ball. That doesn't make it very, very easy for the batters to put her away. Just a 1 run in the first over, 1 for no loss, Nepal.
Similar opening duo for the Capricorn Eagles. Kylian Green opening from the golf course end. No surprises, but she'll be up against Kadka. Kadka, who has been one of those very positive batters in the tournament. She's yet to get big runs, but we did see how quickly she likes to get out of the blocks.
Yeah, Katka, I think this time, as long as she's not run out, she will be the one to enforce things for Nepal.
Kadka, a name that, of course, the Nepalese fans will only be hoping that can continue to bring a lot of delight. Plays a big sweep shot, but unfortunately for her, the fielder is in the right position and keeps it to just one run.
Yeah, clearly, Davis, I think you can see after 3 match days, the teams have started to know each other. So they know where to put certain fielders for certain players. Immediately, they've deployed someone there at deep mid-wicket just to make sure they cut off that boundary.
Very well balled there by Kylian Green. Takes all the pace out of that delivery. Pitch of a delivery. Gets patches, turn and bounce there. Sun unable to do much with it.
Yeah, Kylian Green also very, very handy with the bat shop and the batting for the Capricorn Eagles today. Has got 8 runs. Tries to go big. Ooh, just fell short of, just fell in front of the captain, Snow Whitman. I think the captain got caught in 2 minds there. She thought about going for the catch, but then realized she won't get there in time. This gives away the extra run, but good commitment. Namibia with an imposing total of 126, the highest so far in the series.
Good delivery. I don't have anything tense for me. I don't think I'll get a better opportunity to speak about this than now. The similarity between Paras Kadka of Nepal and Dennis Musalia of Uganda. There is a key similarity, and that similarity has nothing to do with the number of runs they scored for their countries, but it is one of leadership and one that is ought to make massive impact in their nations.
Yeah, big story. I'm sure maybe Paras and I will cross fields again. This time not on the cricket pitch, but from somewhere in the boardroom. Helped along, helped along by Sana. Doesn't even bother to hit the ball so hard, just helping it along, and it beats the field at short fine leg. The outfield today a bit much better. The ball is sort of racing to the boundary. It's raced to the boundary in a couple of times in the first innings. But still very, very cautious from Nepal. They are 7 for no loss after 2 overs. Run rate about 3.5 every over. I think they will need to find a time where they think about switching gears, because the required run rate is 6.5 runs every over. You don't want to get so far behind the 8 ball.
And to no one's surprise, Vilka Mwatile will continue to operate from that airport end. She'll be up against Kadka. Should be a good contest.
In very good shape from Wilka. I think you just need to be careful this opening partnership. That if you're able to deal with Vilka, she will go through her first 2 overs and normally comes back later at the back end. If you survive the first 2 without losing a wicket, then maybe you can think of taking on the other bowlers. Very, very good shape from Vilka. Kadka is not holding back herself. I think she's waiting for one in her zone, and she'll go after Vilka. Wicket time. Can't keep quiet. This time Kadka goes across the line and completely misses it. Leg stump uprooted, and the first wicket for Nepal goes down. Can see that on the replay again. You miss a hit stuff there from Welka. Beautiful bowling.
The big in swinger clatters into those stumps. But you could just tell that Katka lost her bit of her shape there. Went for the big booming cross-butted attempt. Her head fell over and was unable to get her butt to it. Delight for Namibia, and they pick up their first.
Not just a first, but a big wicket as well. We were just speaking about it, Davis, that if you can survive the first few overs of Wilka, the rest of the bowling you can pretty much compete against it, because Wilka is the enforcer for things for them. She sets the tone with the ball at the top of the order. Won't be surprised if she's given an extra over just to make sure she keeps the Nepalese very quiet. 7 for 1 after 2.3.
Yeah, and in walks Pooja Mahota. She started off in the tournament basically as an out-and-out opening bowler, but she's continued to make a name for herself. She's now started to bat at one drop. Just having a look at her throughout the tournament, she looks like she has a very good compact technique. Very tight, she's been very handy on the front foot, but it's also very good as well on the back foot. She likes to take those little shimmies down the wicket for the spinners. So for me, I think she's fitting that role as a three-dimension cricketer for Nepal in batting at that role at number 3.
Again, everything coming out of the middle of the bat is what you want to see in your number 3. They sort of show a lot of composure. But the teams yesterday taking a break and, of course, doing a CSR activity where they visited a primary school and played cricket with some young girls in that school. They left a big impression on those young girls, and someday I hope that one of them will play for the Victoria Pearls.
And that's exactly what you want to leave. The cricket should not just simply rotate around what happens on the 22 yards there, outside there, but do a lot of contributions, leave legacies, especially when tournaments like this happen. But with that dot ball brings an end. With that single brings an end to the third. Nepal 8 for 1. And Kylie Green will continue to operate from the golf course end. She will be bowling up against Pooja Mahota, who walked in at first one drop. A position that Nepal have had some very good number 3 batters for them. In particular, Janendra Mala used to bat at number 3 for them and did exceptionally well. I think their captain more recently, Rohit Padel, bats at number 3, and he does a more than decent job, leads from the front. Pooja will be hoping to do anything close to what those two legends do for their sides.
It's one of the things I've liked. We saw Yasmin Khan do it very often in her knock of 45. The use of feet by the batters just to try and get to the pitch of the ball. The first 3 match days, the ball seemed to take a bit of turn. And now you can see the batters have adjusted to make sure that they don't allow the ball. Again, every time the ball has been flighted, the batters haven't been afraid to use their feet and get to the pitch of the ball.
Maybe just to build on your point, Dennis, is that when you look at the guard, a lot of the Nepalese batters they stand on leg stumps. So more often than not, they are down the leg side. That makes it a bit hard for them to reach out for deliveries that are pitched outside of stump, which is totally opposite from the Namibian batters. The Namibian batters seem to take that off-stump guard, so they have a lot more access and reach to a lot of those deliveries. So perhaps it's something technical to be looked at.
Very good bowling from Kylie Green.
Son, I think, is one of those that played in that recent Under-19 World Cup for Nepal. And with that dot ball, another successful over for Namibia. Nepal are at 9 for 1 after 4. Beautiful in swing ahead again, unable to get that red where she might have wanted. And that's very easily glanced down the leg side there for a single.
Yeah, Davis, I told you that do not be surprised if Wilka is given an extra over. And indeed, Snow Woodman keeps her in the attack. He's given her just 3 runs and picked a wicket. So, thick outside edge. Oh, beautiful commitment. Body on the line for her to just to cut off that boundary because it was racing away.
Goes for big bombing drive, but yet again not getting in line because she stands up. Look at that effort. Big boot there. A lot better than the footballing skills on display last night by Liverpool in the Champions League.
Yeah, Liverpool catching a straight bullet there from Davis. Again, good placement. This time, nice and easy. Nice and easy there from Saima. Saima, the fielder, third man who did that good work to just keep the ball in. (11 for 1) after 4.2 overs. Compared to Namibia in the power play, they had 38 for 2 after 6 overs. Nepal is 11 for 1. So there's still some work for them to do. Okay.
Feral clip there of the putt by Apuja.
Davis, you're asking me about this ground. It's also a very big ground, so you have to do a lot of running between the wickets. If you can be able to punch the ball in those gaps, it's very, very easy to pick up doubles. So sometimes if you can't find the boundaries, you can't pick up those ones and twos.
Well, speaking about the ground, of course, to those that are not at the Entebbe Cricket Oval, the beautiful Entebbe Cricket Oval, luckily for us here is that the sun has started piercing through those clouds. And that breeze is no longer as strong as it was in the morning. So we should be able to have a full day's cricketing action on match day number 4 of this Women's Day T20 Cup. Later on, obviously, we do have the home team Uganda taking on Hong Kong. Top of the table clash there. 2 teams that have picked up 2 deliveries and have lost just 1 so far in the tournament.
Sort of call it the match of the day. What a shot. Good use of the feet. And that should race away to the boundary. Has good pace on it. But once it came off the middle of the bat, it was only going to go one way from Puja.
Good leadership. He comes down the wicket pretty early. Gets right under that one and hits it to the safest place on the ground over the bowler's head. Beautiful one there. But with that, boundary brings an end to the over. And after 5 overs, Nepal are 21 for 1. Sana takes another little shimmy down the wicket, this time able to get under that one. Does she find the gap? Yes, she does. Back-to-back boundaries here for Nepal. You just get a feeling they have no option but to put their foot on that accelerator. That pedal has obviously gone down. They know that they need to keep as close as possible with that required rate. Now looking to touch that 7 mark. The replay there takes a little shimmy. Nepal will know they cannot allow themselves to fall far behind the 8 ball. Another one down the ground. Goes for a sweep shot. Hits that very much in front of square. Work to do for Sylvia. And she gives it to just 2 runs. There's a bit of delight and excitement in the Nepal dressing room. It appears that the instructions are pretty clear from the dugout that the batters need to put their foot down and get the run scoring going. A bit surprised that the season campaigner in that Nepal dressing room, Rubina, who started off the tournament by opening the inning, is continuing to drop down the order. She hasn't batted in the top 3 yet. In a game you felt that Nepal would have really needed her to actually put her hand up and do the job for her team, rather than look to bat a lot lower in the order. Good cricket here by Nepal on display. Following up those boundaries with picking up odd singles, rotating strike, keeping as busy as possible. Nepal at this particular point cannot afford their dot ball percentage to skyrocket through the roof. It's ball down the leg side and it gets the treatment it deserved. Puja manages to pull that to that vacant fine leg region. Celebrations there by the Nepalese fans there in your frame. Big over that Nepal did need to get their run chase going. Pierced that gap beautifully. Short delivery. Kylene Green guilty of bowling that one a bit short, allowing Puja to sit on her back foot and work it. Good passage of play here for the Nepalese. They managed to put together some good runs, and they are not too far from where Namibia was in the power play. But more importantly, they have lost 1 wicket less.
Fine off of the power play. Nepal starting to up the ante a little bit. 11 runs in this over with the ball to go. After 6 overs, 95 runs required from as many as 14 overs. Match day number 2 and 3 Davis, very close finishes on those 2 match days. I don't know if match day number 4 wants to give us a deja vu of those 2.
I think out of the 6 games that have been played so far in the tournament, it's only one game that perhaps did not really go to the wire. That fixed the first fixture between Hong Kong and the home nation Uganda. But other than that, the rest of the teams and the fixtures have served up some pretty exciting games. It appears like we might be in for yet another classic in this one. And there is a bowling change from that airport end as Vilka takes a break. The youngster Saima is being tasked to try and build some pressure from that end. Edgy Chinese drive. They'll just get the 1 run. Saima starts off right on the money. I have the luxury and the privilege of seeing the look on Dennis's face when he said edge. The excitement it gave him. More like a child picking out some candy. He was very made a career out of ensuring that he pierced a lot of those gaps in those slip cordons.
tell you, Davis, it's a difficult skill to find that gap. And of course, like you mentioned in the afternoon, a big clash coming up, top of the table. Hong Kong, China taking on the hosts, the Victoria Pearls. Very, very well done. Body and soul from the field at square leg. Maybe are putting a lot of heart in this. Both teams want this win. Each of them has just won one game and been on the wrong end of two. So they greatly need this result.
Thank you, Dennis.
Use of the feet, but goes straight up in the air. And a simple chance taken by Mekelai Mwatile. And Nepal lose their second. Shimmy down the wicket from Puja, but never got close to the ball. And only managed to give a simple catch. Saima gets the wicket. Nepal 33 for 2.
Good change up there from Saima to her Delaney, making sure that she doesn't put it there within the arc. And indeed, that meant that it's just hit within 15 yards and a very easy catch there, but a wicket, much needed wicket for Namibia. By Nepal at 33 for 2 after 6.4. Not so far behind, but definitely still lying behind a bit compared to at this time when Namibia was over with 2 wickets yes lost, but almost 44 runs there on board. Another great delivery there by Saima to Alemi. Saima making sure that Indubama doesn't get an easy introduction into this particular inning.
And very well played very well bowled by Saima. Lighter bowling, Michael, right on the money. Everything is wicket to wicket for her. She's not trying to do anything fancy. 7 overs gone, 34 for 2, and Nepal.
Sana taking her guard there because right there in your image, in your frame, it is Mwatile Mekaleni trying to coming in for her Chinaman action. Very interesting and exciting bowler. An introduction there. Right from the start there, going across Sana, making sure that the introduction of the Mekalaya as a bowler has an impact already on the proceedings.
Misfield, as a bowler, they always tell you, especially if you're a spinner, that a lot of balls will be hit back to you, so you should be a good fielder as well. But Mekalaya Mwatile, the leading wicket taker in the tournament, very rare to see a left arm spinner bowling from left arm over the wicket. These days, a lot of them prefer to bowl from left arm round the wicket.
Good expressions out there. Innings quite well poised. And the balance of the game is palpable. You feel either side. It can go either way at the moment.
Good use of the feet from Sana. Mekalaya Mwatile on 6 wickets. 3 players stuck on the same number of wickets. Indubama, the captain of Nepal, Mekalaya Mwatile, and Ishori Beast. Each of them with 6 wickets. Down the leg side, extras. Some work to do for Evelyn. But she's able to find it and carry it off. Just pick 2 runs.
Tucked away there gently by Captain Indubama. She would have felt probably wanting to make better connections as she gets a boundary, but she'll settle for the couple of runs. Another attempt there at a slog sweep, but Mekalaya Mwatile not the easiest to put away, and having only conceded 4 runs in her first over, brings up the total of 38 for 2 after 8 overs for Team Namibia. Saima to her Delaney continuing from the airport end. Another great dot ball there to the benefit of our team. Right now at the moment, Namibia looking to try and string together a couple of dot balls in the attempt to put a stranglehold on this inning.
Yeah, Mike, at the same stage, Namibia 48 for 3. A swing and a miss from Sana. Same stage, Namibia 48 for 3. So there's still some work to do for Nepal.
But similarly, it means also that Namibia were just able to hit up the gears and get into a more driving position, which probably Nepal also would relish an opportunity to do the same.
Yeah, there was a passage of play where they were really slowed down by some good bowling from Nepal. But once Yasmin Khan started finding her range, and then they were able to step on the gas for a couple of overs as well, and even at the back end, Mwatile and Grasas also put on some good scores. So you just need to find the perfect time, you know, to make up your mind between staying very cautious and then trying to go for the game. Big shot, loading. Sana this time gets inside the line. Some work to do for Whitman. The ball won't reach the boundary, and they can only settle for 2. But you can see there Sana disappointed that she didn't get a boundary. Took a lot of risk to play that shot.
Clearly a little conversation there in between that 2 balls there. It seems Captain Indubama communicated to Sana to try and do something different rather than letting Saima to Adleni have her way all through the over.
Yeah, the Sana choosing football over cricket. Maybe if she had used her hands, she would have stopped that much better.
Quite a risky attempt there. Quite scaring because the shin just missed that ball rather than the foot, the boot. But no harm done, no foul. as Indubama comes on to strike. It's a final ball of the over, but you seem to see the expression, the whole body language suggesting that they are going to try and make the most of the innings in this particular passage of play.
Full toss, big swing of the bat there from Indubama. Some work to do for the fielder, but they're able to pick up 2 runs. 5 runs coming off the 9th over, 43 for 2. Same stage, Namibia were 50 for 3.
Mekalaya Mwatile to continue from the golf course end into her second over.
Very well played by Sana. Just trying to make sure she has the control so that she rolls it all along the carpet. Going to be a big run chase for Nepal to take down 126, the biggest total in the tournament so far.
Seeing Captain Indubama there, clearly she has a lot of resolve and determination. Grit, all showing in her body language, in her moves, to suggest that she's willing to take on the challenge. However, in the past, Nepal has suffered one too many run-outs, and already the signs seem to show in this particular inning.
Good placement. Get through this time very, very safely, and they'll pick up a double. I spoke to the captain about the run-out situation, and she told me maybe sometimes it's been the pressure. So they had a discussion as a group just to make sure, even when their backs are against the wall, everyone stays calm, so that the decision-making is not compromised.
And surely that's the way to go. There has to be continuous communication between the two partners out there in the middle. And indeed, Indubama going over there just to have a little comforting word to her partner in Sana Praveen to make sure their partnership is rock solid. No chance of a run out in this particular inning, Dennis.
Touch and go. Helen Green there caught napping. Good communication between Indubama and Sana. I think Sana has gotten herself in 23 from 29. They need her to carry on all the way up to the end. You need some big totals. Namibia had 45 from Yasmin Khan and a couple of 20s. Tossed up in the air. Indubama goes after the bowling, but hits straight to our opposite number. Suno Whitman, and who just hips it to a single. 7 runs off that over. They continue to chip away Nepal. 49 for 2, the final delivery coming up before we get to the halfway stage.
You know, Dennis, you do mention in the pressure bring about the runouts. Probably this time they transferred the pressure to Namibia's fielding, making sure they get the touch and go.
Up in the air, but it will just fall short of Yasmin Khan and will keep it to a single. Make that 8 runs from that over. A good howl for Nepal, who at the halfway stage are 50 for 2. And I'll tell you what, Michael, they've sort of caught up with where Nepal were at the same stage, with where Namibia were. Namibia were 50 for 5, and now 50 for 2. Can see there the over by over. Skyscrapers, not so many from Nepal, but they are slowly but sure taking their time. We need about 75 runs, 76 from 60 balls when we come back after the break. As the two teams meet up with their different. You can see the two worms from the teams. The Nepal worm starting to catch up with Namibia. Was a stage in the game where Namibia lost 3 wickets and slowed them down completely, and that's where Nepal has been able to catch up. 52 for 2 at the halfway stage, chasing down 126.
Welcome back from that break. At the halfway stage, even as Namibia was 54-5, Nepal in a bit of a better position at 54-2, and Saima to Adleni to continue.
A chance immediately after the break. Just drops over the keeper's head. Two players were going for it, but none of them made an attempt.
The usual consequent break wicket just after the break, the wicket that tends to appear, was almost there for Saima to pick up, but luckily for Sana Praveen, she rotated the strike for Indubama to come on strike. Very well bowled there, right into the block hole. Saima seems to be in her groove to make sure that Nepal doesn't run away with it at this halfway stage, especially seeing the partners that are out there in Indubama and Sana Praveen. They're capable of turning this game around, and Namibia knows very well, all too well, not to let anything go away at the halfway stage.
Good shot again. Saima trying to use her feet, but straight to Sylvia Shihepo.
Saima must have been a confident footballer.
And the ball is struck back to her with some power. She needs to be careful not to get herself hurt when you're trying to step on one of those balls.
Because it takes very expert skill at controlling such a hard hit ball.
But you can see Saima, very, very good ball again in these middle overs. And I hope some of the teams can pick up from it. She really bowls wicket to wicket. And she has two fielders who are down the ground. So at most, you can only get one if she's making sure she's bowling in the block hole, which is very, very good stuff. Bowling to your field is also a different sort of skill. straight to Yasmin Khan. Oh, she goes down there in some pain, some discomfort. Indubama hits that ball very, very hard.
It's good to see execution of skills, the mindset, the attitude. Overall, the Capricorn Eagles.
This time she goes across the line and over the infield, and that one will pierce the boundary. They kept milking it, but they get the boundary finally. I think Indubama making up her mind to go across the line. And see, that was right in the slot, but picked up and dragged across the line by Indubama. And they get a boundary. The boundary that Nepal needs, they find it. The required rate starting to about to touch 8 runs every over. 8 runs every over means you need to hit a boundary in each and every over. 57 for 2 after 11.
And Mekalaya Mwatile to continue from the golf course end. Quite in unfamiliar territory. She's used to keeping the batters quiet, but today is a different ball game indeed. Almost a chance of a run out there. Indubama and Sana Praveen, again almost guilty of self-destructing into run-out mode. Maybe Mekalaya Mwatile just not with the full awareness to execute the run-out. Misfield there, and that's how they get away with it. Little shimmy down the wicket there again from Praveen. This time they will settle for a single.
Mekalaya Mwatile, usually the one who breaks partnerships for Namibia, hasn't picked a wicket yet. It's going to be a lot of work to do for Nepal. Tossed up in the air, very well played by Indubama. Another shuttle for them. I think the 12th man needs to be on the rope for Nepal to make sure she's running in with the water for the 2. They've done a lot of shuttles between themselves.
It's good to see the ladies' fitness levels up there as required, especially in this T20 format of the game.
Can't keep out of the wickets. Mekalaya picks up her 7th wicket of the series. Indubama going across the line.
Expertly slowing that down, pitching it right on middle and leg, and has only one question. When are you handing over my wicket? And Sharon Athaula, in agreement, obliges.
Yeah, Indubama, I think, was sort of guilty because she tried to walk away from it. But Mekalaya, wicket-to-wicket stuff for her, and she's able to break this partnership. Sana and the captain Indubama were going well.
Indubama there trying to gesture that probably it hit her a little high, but knowing how the wicket has behaved all through, that bounce wasn't going to go any higher, especially off the slower ball of Mekalaya Mwatile, leaving the umpire, of course, in the best position to agree with the LBWT decision. And with that particular dismissal, bringing onto the wicket, Rubina Sherry Belbashi.
Yeah, Rubina did well with the ball. 2 for 9 for her with the ball. But this time the job for her that the team needs is with the bat. 29-run partnership between Sana and the captain Indubama. But they need another partnership to push them along. 62 for 3. Sana has been in since she opened the batting. 62 for 3. Nepal need a hero win.
Mekalaya returning to her familiar territory where she dictates proceedings, stemming the flow of runs. However, that's a full toss, a bit of a freebie, but they only pick up a single to long off. And that too also brings up the end of the over. Number 12, Nepal at 63 for 3. And Saima to Hadleni will continue in her final over, having done a commendable job for the Capricorn Eagles after just 3 overs, having 17. I beg your pardon, after 3 overs, having 15 to her name and a wicket.
Saima to Robina, same story. Very, very good skills from Saima. I'm very, very impressed with her. A couple of times she's been put away, the batters are trying to take a risk. But other than that, she never goes away from that. She's bowling wicket to wicket.
Fielders doing a very good backup job there because that was a little outside off stump. However, Vilka very ably saving that possible couple of runs.
And Michael, being a coach yourself, Saima clearly looks like a player who's well coached. That might have come off her toe. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. But sort of a dipping yorker. Leg by is indicated by Patrick Musoke Makumbi.
Dennis, I agree. Saima is that kind of player you always need. The go-to player that will just do the job for you. Go through the processes, horses for courses, as the saying goes.
Sent back very, very quickly. Sweet sound off the bat, but straight to the fielder. Working very hard, the Capricorn Eagles. The fielding there done by Vilka Matile. Maybe I know they put on a big total, but they need to bowl well for them to be able to overcome a very determined Nepal side. Very well done by Saima. And the captain Snow Whitman mentioning that they need to back up their bowling with some good runs. So maybe they'll be confident 126 is decent enough to get them a result.
Surely going by the previous run chases, it's quite a commendable score.
Full toss, but there's cover in the deep. The captain comes around. No chance for a second. And they can only get 1 run. What a good over from Saima. She will finish her quarter. 1 for 16 for her. She's done a brilliant job. Those middle overs are always very, very tricky for teams. But she's done a good job there for the Capricorn Eagles. Nepal 66 for 3 after 13 overs.
Mekalaya Mwatile, having done a decent job as well, will continue. Running between the wickets for Nepal today seems to be much more improved, although there also is a hint for a possible run out every now and then. However, a quick one there run between the wickets as Mekalaya Mwatile completes her final over to Sana Praveen.
Okay, And very well played, but straight to the fielder. Sylvia Shihepo with the fielding. Mwatile keeps it tossing it up in the air. You may think it's easy to play it, but that's how she gets you out.
Pace off. The ball has always worked on these particular tracks, Dennis.
Well played and struck very well by Rubina. Slow side of the ground, so the ball will get stuck. They'll pick up a comfortable double.
Mwatile had almost imagined herself having picked up a wicket there, but it was drilled right through the gap between covers and extra cover.
Short ball, wrong side. Good ball for a left-hander, but wide for a right-hander. Sana has played brilliantly. 30, she's been holding forward from one side.
Overcompensating wide onto the opposite end. Mekalaya Mwatile, not her most comfortable day today. However, she's completing her final over.
What a comeback. Beautiful stuff there from Mwatile. Two wides both sides of the wicket, and then the one ball comes out of her hand beautifully.
Having tested either side of the wicket, the best is always in the middle.
And very, very well bowled. Hey, scamper through for a quick one. But I think Namibia won't mind Nepal taking those singles, because now the required rate is 8.5 runs every over. Each and every passing over, it becomes more work to do for Nepal. Eventually the singles will not be enough. They need some big hits.
There has to be always a boundary in every over from now on for Nepal to stand a chance of pulling this back.
Very well done by Sana. They'll come through for a single. A bit casual there from Rubina going the other end. But she comfortably gets through. 14 overs gone, 74 for 3. Nepal.
Change in bowling from the airport end. "52 of 36 balls is the equation at the moment. Oh, and Evelyn Kajarakua indeed comes to the party right from the very first ball, as Sana Praveen tries to go over the top, but only managing to find the captain of Namibia.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sana will have to depart. Didn't need any sighters for the new bowler. Immediately trying to take on Evelyn. Simple catch of her head, Yasmin Khan. The set batter departs for Nepal. 31 for Sana. Nepal 74 for 4.
And with that dismissal, Kabita Joshi will have to walk in quite an uncomfortable situation, but not necessarily out of her reach, because we know about her power hitting, and that is exactly what is required of her in these circumstances, because with 52 of 35 balls, it's only meant to go one way, at least a boundary or a couple of boundaries every over. But Evelyn Kajarakua will definitely relish the opportunity with our gentle off spinners to keep the proceedings quiet for Nepal.
Kabita Joshi, the new batter for Nepal. I think Nepal needs someone to hit a couple of balls to the beach to put them in a comfortable position.
Kabita Joshi will do that for you, except it's still early days for her.
Good power, but again, straight to the fielder. Namibia have been very, very disciplined with their line and length. They haven't bowled too many hit-me balls. Oh, very well bowled. Goes back, Kabita. Impressed by the Capricorn Eagles. Actually, a couple of new players have come out for this series as well. It's clearly they are preparing for the year ahead. 17th in the world and one of the top associate teams in Africa. Straight back to the fielder. Evelyn trusting her boot to keep it out. And she gets a high five there from Kylie Green.
Dennis, this really gets me worrying, but I guess it's part of the modern game where you have a multiplicity of disciplines to your arsenal.
Tries to go big, Kabita, but should just get the single. When you also have very good shoes, why not put them to use?
Agreed, there is purchase for the money, but my concern is that ball just going beyond and hitting the ankle or the shin. But that brings the end of the over at 75 for 4 after 15. Just the run from that over. Kabita Joshi will just take her guard once again just to feel into the game. But Arasta is the change in bowling from the golf course end and having the game quite well poised with 51 required from just 30 balls. Everything is set for Kabita Joshi and Rubina Shetty to make sure that they have quite a power play game to their a power play approach to their game. Rasta, not the easiest of bowlers to put away, firstly because she kind of skids them in, and now there's also a hint of in-swing even at this time of the inning.
Yeah, Rasta has some low bounce, so the ball won't sit up for you to try and tee off. Very well played, but good shot there from Kabita. Thought about it too, but it went very, very quickly to Van Zyl. Namibian team very, very well drilled. You can see they're not giving away too much. It's not coming in there and then bowling free hits.
Big swing there from Rubina. However, they're just able to pick up a single from that effort. You would have imagined, especially Kabita was interested in the second, but sent back by Rubina.
Yeah, 16 overs gone so far, and Namibia have only bowled 6 extras. And of those 6, only 4 are wides. So they've been very, very disciplined with the ball. Again, like you mentioned, Michael, you can see there, the ball doesn't sit up from Arasta. So unless you go down on your knee and try and get underneath the ball, it'd be very, very difficult to hit out of the park.
And in addition, today everyone has recognized the condition of the new strip and making sure at particular occasions they punctuate it with the pace off to make sure that the batters are not into their groove.
Again, not Got a good connection there from Kabita, but manages to go over the bowler Arasta.
Well struck into the ground, but probably a consequence of the hard hit. Definitely Joshi Kabita trying to get a big hit, but the boundary cover is there. The protection is right there, mid-off, mid-on. Arasta there working very hard, off her own fielding, able to keep it just to a single.
Very, very fine margins between all the 4 teams. Each one of them wants to be in the final on Sunday. So if you lose 2 games in a row, you could completely be out of it. 16 overs gone, 79 for 4, Nepal.
Evelyn Kajaru, who are to continue from the airport end, and 47 of 24 balls. Beginning to feel like 12 and over, almost doubles for every ball. It's all to play for, but currently Namibia in the driving seat.
Chance for a catch, and it's taken. Kylen Green with the catching. And we said driving seat because now they need as many as 47 runs from just 3.4 overs. 12 runs every over is what is required. And Nepal have just lost Rubina. Their 5th wicket has gone down, 79 for 5. Can see the wicket there. Kylen Green with the catching. Catching has been good, and the bowling as well from Namibia. 79 for 5. Davis Karashani joins me in the commentary box. Tossed up in the air and immediately runs for Mata. But only just a 1 run. 2 for 2 for Evelyn in 1.3 overs.
Yes, good afternoon, Dennis. Let's get a feeling that spell from Evelyn is exactly what Sonia Vidman might have wanted from her at a time when the Nepalese were going to look to try and go big and look to enforce the run chase.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think, and I was even talking about it with Mike, that the bowlers who have come in the middle part have not really cost them that much. They've been very, very disciplined. Now for Nepal, they need someone to launch a couple of balls to the beach to get back in the equation. That won't do it. 81 for 5. And we're about to finish the 17th over.
Well, that required run rate continues to skyrocket. Exactly what Namibians will be hoping happens.
Goes through. Yasmin Khan comes around very quickly, but it won't through. I think this is when every team needs a Mariam Bibi.
Mariam Bibi played a blind over an inning, easily the best inning in the tournament so far, getting a team over the line with some massive maximums. But with that single brings an end to the 17th. Nepal 82 for 5.
.44 from 18 is the requirement for Nepal. Must be feeling that any of the Nepalese batters can be able to tell us, hold my drink, let me show you. And the Rasta is back into the attacker from the golf club end.
Never an easy role putting on the finishing touches. For a while, for a long time, Nepal thrived off that blade of Binod Bandari. The question we beg to obviously ask is, can Kabita be that Binod Bandari for this Nepalese side?
And you also feel like teams normally in T20, when you decide to bat fast, to bowl fast, you should have someone in your team who has the ability to take the game away from the opposition. Swing and a miss. Mata yet to find her range. I don't know, maybe the plan should be for her to get a single for Kabita, and Kabita can try and slog a couple.
Well, just quickly looking at that strike rate there for Kabita, she's scored only 4 runs off 10 deliveries. Strike rate of 40 doesn't exactly encourage.
She's warming up now. Her eye is in.
That's muscle down the ground, but can only find Sune Vidman down there long, who keeps it to just 1 run. Someone must pull a rabbit out of the hat. Nepal quickly need to find a magician in their squad.
I think Nepal have just been missing that second gear. They've sort of batted in the same gear for a long period of time before making up their minds where they should go after the bowling. Kabita tries to launch one, but because the ball doesn't sit up that much, they can only run all along the carpet and they pick up a single.
And with that attempted launch, Kabita sits at 5 off 11. She'll need to up her strike rate if Nepal are to get anywhere close to chasing down those 42 runs off just 14 deliveries.
Yeah, probably Nepal will also be feeling maybe they give away a lot more runs than they should have. Hirashime down the wicket, can only get 1 run, hits that down wide to long off. For me, Dennis, you speak about where perhaps Nepal might have gotten the tactic a bit wrong. I think for me they have played a decent rule book or a decent blueprint kind of inning. However, they've just not gotten the runs they needed from their big batters in Kadka alongside Rubina. When you look on the other side, Namibia were able to get runs from their big players. Yasmin Khan, of course, stopped scoring with that 45. But Sune Vidman was able to allow Namibia to start off with the flyer. So it's simply a question for me of the big players in that Nepal squad not standing up. But with that dot ball, brings an end to the 18th. Nepal 85 for 5. Evelyn comes back from the airport end. Little lap. Good reverse sweep there. Reverse lap. Gets wood to it, but can only get it down there to the fielder who allows them only a single. Evelyn has bowled a mighty spell here. She's conceded just 5 runs of the 13 deliveries that she's bowled. She'll be looking to not go more than even 8 runs in the over. She'll have done a good job. A big slog there. Height on that one. Does it have the distance? No, it doesn't. Barely clears the 30-yard. But has managed to scamper through for 2 runs. Yeah, maybe the placement was good. They wanted to get 2. It's an easy place to pick up the double. It's a very, very big ground, so for you to hit maximum, it's also not very easy. You just need to place that ball in those gaps and then try and push for those 1s and 2s. But now the required rate is close to 23 runs every over. Post up in the air. Some good back in that one from Kabita. But again, straight to the fielder. Problem, it goes very, very quickly to the fielder, so you can't even pick up 2.
I think Dennis, you also need to give a lot of credit to Evelyn. Ever since she got drafted into the side, we saw the first game of the tournament, she didn't play. But ever since she's played, she's put her hand up and done the job for her team. Shuffles across the stumps. Doesn't get wood to it. And the scamper through for a bye.
Tell you, it's not even given as a bye by the umpire, so probably she got some bat onto it. And Evelyn has been tied in 9 runs in 9 runs, picked up 2 wickets in 2.4 overs. Good use of the feet, but again, hit hard, so goes quickly to Sylvia Shehepo. Keeps it to just a single. For example, Namibia were 50 for 5 in 10. They managed to find another 75 runs in the remaining 10 overs. 10 overs. So maybe that could be the difference in the two teams today. Because at 50 for 5, you feel if Nepal were able to put brakes on the run scoring, they could have been able to. They would have been looking at chasing a smaller target rather than 126. 19 overs go 92 for 5 Nepal.
And with just 6 deliveries to end this particular match, Rasta is being tasked to do that role. Look to close out this particular match and allow Namibia perhaps pick up their second victory in the tournament. Important first ball there for Namibia. And they get out of that one unscatched. First delivery is you're thinking that perhaps Nepal would have wanted to get a maximum to give themselves any sense of a realistic chance. But with that dot ball, required run rate is now 40.
Yeah, Davis, I'm not very good with maths, but finding 39 runs from, finding 34 runs from 5 balls. Make that 34, okay, wides indicated. Make that 33 from 5 balls. It's still very, very difficult maths, I would assume. Not a bad skill there from Arasta. Saw her advancing and then threw it wide.
Yeah, but a bit harsh on her. Especially because the bat had gone right across her stumps.
I know. Won't mind the single. Arasta, the happier of the two so far. 32 from 4 balls. Need 8 runs every over. Is that possible?
8 runs every ball.
Every ball, I mean.
As you said, you're not that good with the maths. Yet another dot delivery. You just get a feeling here, Dennis, and you rightly stated, I think Nepal might have felt that they probably gave Namibia 30 runs too many. That kept it under that 100-run mark. You felt that they might have had a chance, especially in a wicket that looked to offer nothing, not much for bowlers, but was the belt of a batting wicket. Kabita finally gets one, but hits it straight into the screen, and Sune Vidman is able to keep that to just 2 runs. Namibia have entirely denied Nepal any boundaries. I'd like to see that what the data says about the last time Namibia scored, Nepal scored a boundary. So it's been that kind of match, Dennis, an inning.
Yeah, you would know Namibia. Nepal gave away 49 runs in the last 5 overs, and I think that's where things have been very, very different compared to.
Big slog there. Gets wood to it. But fortunately for the batter Kabita, she managed to get a boundary, but I do not know just how much. A little bit too late, Dennis.
Yeah, I'll give you the comparison. Just thick outside edge. Won't mind that. Race away to the boundary. But Nepal have only been able to score 24 runs in the last 5. In the last 5 overs, compare that to 49 that Namibia was able to score.
I think right there is where the difference has really come, because you felt that at the power play, both teams were not too far. They were evenly matched. In the slot, Kabita can only hit it in the outfield, and they only can manage to scamper through for 2 runs. Namibia will take this win with both hands and feet if possible, picking up a victory by 23 runs. Mammoth victory this has been. And you get a feeling that with that kind of victory, in terms of net run rate, they should be able to fly right to the top of the table.
Yeah, very, very positive win. That also improves their net run rate. The difference, Davis, 28 runs Nepal has been able to score in the final 5. Compare that to Namibia's 49. And I think that's where the game has really been won, because from all the way at the top, the teams were evenly matched. The Capricorn Eagles of Namibia picking up the result by 23 runs. Look at the Nepal scorecard. Sana Praveen 31 from 37. There were stats there for Puja and Indubama, the captain. Not enough from Kabita Joshi at the back end and Mamta Chowdhury, who finished on 17 and 8 respectively, unbeaten. Only 7 extras bowled by Namibia. Very, very disciplined bowling from that bowling unit. 102 for 5 is where Nepal will finish, but not enough for them to get a result. The Capricorn Eagles winning by 23 runs in this first game on match day number 4. The bowling scorecard, very good one here for Namibia. Apart from Mekelai Mwatile, who went for 24 and picked up the wicket. Been good discipline for Evelyn, 2 for 11 for her. And she bowled very, very well in partnership with Saima, who also picked up 1 wicket and went for 16 runs in her quarter of 4. Namibia very disciplined with the ball, only 7 extras given away. Nepal unfortunately running out of resources when 23 runs were still required for the win. Namibia winning the first game on match day number 4 of the Women's Day Cup. And in the afternoon, the host Uganda will be coming up to take on Hong Kong, China. But for now, we will take a break and we'll be coming up with... That's a match summary for you. Namibia 125 for 8 in their 20 overs. And then Nepal finishing on 102 for 5 in their 20 overs. Nepal with the result, Namibia with the result, 23-run win for them, and a very, very positive one. And that's how the table looks like right now. Namibia move into second position and also improve their net run rate from a negative to a positive. They are behind same number of points with Uganda, but they've played a game more. Uganda, of course, coming up in the afternoon where they will be taking on Hong Kong, China, who also on 4 points. The highlights of the game, Bikelaya Mwatile with the first wicket for the Namibians and getting rid of the dangerous Katka. And from there on, very disciplined bowling from the Namibians. Sana and Puja had a solid partnership, hit a couple of boundaries for them, and Sana was very, very solid because she hung in there for quite some time. Kylene Green was put away there by Puja, who also played a handy knock. Had a good start, but eventually she gave it away. Simple catch and taken there by Mekelaya Mwatile. Saima, her only wicket, came into the attack immediately and put a break on things. The captain Indubama as well, a good start for her, got 15. Came in and had some handy knocks. But once she decided to go across the line against the leading wicket taker of the tournament, Mekelaya Mwatile, she was just LBW. Sana continued to work, but she was quickly running out of partners. The highest run scorer for Nepal with 31. Kabita had tried at the back end, but not enough for her to help her team get over the line. Namibia winning this one by 23 runs. The first game on match day number 4 as the teams get ready for the post-match presentation. We'll take you down there where Davis will be doing that post-match presentation.
Welcome the post-match presentation for a game between Nepal up against Namibia. First things first, in the morning, Nepal won the toss, elected to bowl first on a wicket that had a bit of overcast conditions. However, Namibia were able to get to 125 runs in their allotted 20 overs. Unfortunately for Nepal, they fell short by 23 runs. However, before we get into the actual presentation of the Man of Match award, allow me to thank the two teams for a fantastic game of cricket. But besides that, allow me also speak to the captains of the two sides. Allow me speak to Indu Bama, please. Commiserations for you. Unfortunately, to have picked up the win today, but any areas of improvement for you today?
I think we have lots of need to be improvement overall. I think we have lapses in middle order batting, and we could not execute the plans way we are execute mainly. So we are. I think they played better cricket than us.
Yeah, you could only score 28 runs in the last 5 overs, unlike Namibia, which scored 49 runs in their last 5 overs. Is that an area of concern for you guys going forward?
I think they have played good cricket, so we could not execute the main in good areas, I guess. So we lost the momentum.
But best of luck going forward. Thank you very much. Sune Vidman, please, a word or two from you, captain of Namibia. Congratulations today. You guys managed to pick up a big victory. But more importantly, after losing 2 games on the bounce, what was your recollection? What was your thought process in the team?
As I mentioned at the toss, our bowling unit, fielding unit has come to the party this whole tournament so far. The batting unit needed to step up. We said we want nothing less than 130 on the board, so I think 125 was a good total. The batters stepped up today, and if all three departments come to the party, you should win the match, and that's what we did today.
Yeah, and more importantly, I think for me is that you're starting to pick momentum going forward. Any areas of improvement that you think your side can get into so that you guys move into that final itself?
Yeah, momentum is one thing that you want on your side. I think this is a good win for us behind the belt or behind the back, and going into tomorrow's game. And then obviously, like I said, all three units stepped up today, all three departments, and I think we should take that as a positive and build on that as positively, and then make sure for the next games that's ahead we make sure we pull off all three departments all the way.
Congratulations yet again. And to make sure they do announce the player of the match, allow me to introduce Sharon Athola, who was the umpire in this particular game. However, the player of the match is a player that managed to score 45 runs off 44 deliveries and took 1 catch. Yasmin Khan. One or two words from you, Yasmin Khan. Congratulations on picking up the Player of the Match award. But what was your thought process going in there today at number 3? How do you intend to actually bat out there on overcast conditions that managed to get you the 45 runs?
Yeah, I think Green and Sune obviously got off to a flyer, so it helped me to get into my innings a bit and take my time and cement the innings, so to build a foundation so the batters in the end can cash in.
You showed a lot of skill set, especially coming down the wicket and getting to the bounce of the ball, and you scored a lot of your runs down the ground. Is that an area for you that you actually practice a lot more, or the other areas in terms of the scoop shots, the sweep shots that you actually do practice?
Yeah, obviously this is quite a tricky deck, so you have to think about different ways to score runs. Obviously, previous matches things weren't working, so you have to go different routes.
Well, congratulations yet again, and best of luck to your side. Well, that was it from us at the post-match presentation.
Welcome once again to the Entebbe Cricket Oval right here in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. It is Uganda Victoria Pearls versus the Hong Kong China women. And we have another exciting and scintillating top of the table match between Hong Kong China and Uganda. Both have 2 wins and a loss. And this could easily become part of the decider for who goes to the finals of the two. But there you see it in the background there, Hong Kong, China, and their little sack of trust having their final hurdle because Uganda won the toss and because at the moment it looks like they will be
On match day number 4 here at the Lakeside Oval in Entebbe is a clash between Hong Kong, China and the host Uganda. At the toss I have the 2 captains, Natasha Miles from Hong Kong, China, Janet Mbabazi of the Victoria Pearls of Uganda, and our third umpire for the day, Ms. Sharon Atola. Natasha is the home captain, so she will do the tossing. Tails is a call. Tails, Janet, tell us what you're going to do and why.
I think we're going to bat. We want to give the batters an opportunity to come and try and express themselves without pressure. The wicket looks more of like a batting wicket, so yeah.
You've had your struggles with the bat. Have you had a discussion after the rest after match day number 3?
Yeah, definitely. We've had a chat here and there. Hopefully they can come out and try and put up a score we can defend comfortably.
Any total you have in mind so that your bowling has been very good. Any total you have in mind that you think will give you a good chance in the second innings?
On this Entebbe Oval, anything over 100 runs is a good score to defend.
All right. Have you made any changes from the team?
Yeah. Walaza Sarah is out and Fiona Kulume is in. Yes, from the previous team.
All right. Good luck to you and the girls.
Thank you.
Natasha, you're the team with the form. What have you made of the decision to bowl first?
Yeah, very happy with that. That's probably what we were going to do anyway. We want to sort of put pressure on the batting team and see if we can come out and score the run. So happy with the result.
All right, you had a rest day yesterday, but before that, you were the team that had the momentum going into these next games. What is going to be the plan for you in the second round to push for a place in the final on Sunday?
I think whatever we're doing, we're going to have to do both skills well. I know the teams are going to come hard at us now. So just looking to keep the pressure on, keep the vibe in the camp really strong and happy, and hoping we put on a good display as the girls have been going well and just keep going upwards.
All right, you're one of the teams that had the fun yesterday at the CSR event. What do you make of it?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's always awesome to go into the community and spread the game of cricket that we love, and to see the kids at the school have so much fun playing cricket and meeting all the players. It was very rewarding for us, I think.
All right, have you made any changes from the team?
Yes, Betty Chan leaves the team, and we have Mahek Deep Kaur who's coming in today.
All right, good luck to you and the girls.
Thanks very much.
That's the news from the middle. Uganda have won the toss and have decided to bat first.
And there you have it, the Ugandan team of Janet Mbabazi, Immaculate Naksui, the 2 openers Ores and Esther Iluko probably will come in at number 3. Proskovia Alako, Fiona Kulume coming in for Sarah Walaza. And right away, the 2 umpires in the middle in Simon Chintu and Anne Harris. And that is the Hong Kong China squad with Natasha Miles leading her troops once again with Shanzen Shazad, Mariko Hill, Chan Kayin, Yasmin Dazwani, Mariam Bibi, Lai Wiki, Sume, and Mahedi Kao, and Joylin Kao, and Ikra Saha. They are bowling at the moment to Uganda's Janet Mbabazi and Immaculate Naksui, having a little jog there because of time factors. They took quite a while to reach the middle, but you cannot read so much into that. However, here we go. And right with me here, fresh from the toss, Dennis Musali will be joining me. Good afternoon, Dennis.
Good afternoon, Michael. Should be an interesting clash. Second game on match day number 4 of the Women's Day Cup. Uganda will taking on, you must say, the form team of the series so far. Hong Kong have the wind in their sail. 2 big wins for them have pushed them. They are in 3rd place, but all the top 3 teams are all tied on the same number of points. But Namibia has played a game more than Uganda and Hong Kong. So this is sort of a top of the table clash. Our two umpires out in the middle, Anna Harris from England and Simon Kintu in charge of this particular clash. Ikra will be bowling to the captain of the Victoria Powers, Janet Mbabazi. He's on a pair, not a pair, but got a 0 in the last game. So she'll be looking for some redemption. First ball, here we go.
Hong Kong, China, just like that dragon, trying to really breathe down the throats, breathing down the throats of the Victoria Pals. Also akin to the Cranes, but Janet Mbabazi and Immaculate Naksui will look to get the Victoria Pals going.
This time again to the fielder. And that's a frustration for Uganda, especially, and Janet Mbabazi, that they keep hitting the ball to fielders. Of course, then they will not get any run and end up playing shots in frustration that lead to loss of their wicket. So I think that is some homework that you need to take back after this series. How do we hit the gap? How do we use our soft hands so that we are, we keep the scoreboard ticking?
Janet Mbabazi there, going a little like a sweep shot, able to get a couple of runs in. Immaculate would be interested in 3, but they agreed not to take the 3.
Yeah, the sort of agricultural shot there from Janet Mbabazi. It's a get out of jail shot, just trying to get off the mark. Again, those are the simple skills that you need to learn, how to utilize that power play. It's very important in T20 cricket these days that you score as many runs as possible inside the first 6 overs.
You mentioned about picking the gaps, Dennis. Great shot there through the covers. Janet Mbabazi giving it a full-blooded shot through covers.
Yeah, very good intent there from Janet. This time much better. Better shot with good conviction. Takes a shimmy down the wicket, meets the ball on the half volley, and she's able to pie it through the covers. Good extension of the arms. That's a shot that signals that I am here, so you need to give me your best.
Agreed, Dennis. And it's very good to see on Janet because she has been a bit in her shackles throughout this tournament. And like you mentioned, hitting good shots to the fielders.
Shadows the correct shot. Ball was right under her nose. I don't know why she's coming down and blocking a half volley. Right under your nose, just go through after playing a very good shot. You always need to find a way of punishing bad balls because the next one could be the one that has your name on it.
Sincerely, T20 cricket is all about expression and skills execution because you have little time in the middle, yet you're required to give a maximum impact. Another case in point, now it's much harder to pick a single off that, but that brings up 6 runs for Uganda.
Again, the only problem I have with that is that she's trying to punch the ball, but there's no power in it. It's not in the gap, so it's easily cut off. If you choose to use your soft hands, then you can be able to score to get a single. You need to be manipulating the field. You need to look at manipulating the field to your advantage. After the first over, Uganda 6 for no loss.
Sui Meiwei will be opening the bowling from the golf course end.
Starts off with one in the slot, not punished by Immaculate Nakisoi. Immaculate Nakisoi always looks like she's trying to be very, very careful. If you come down hard on that ball, it will also be difficult for long off to cut it off, mid on. Good shot there from Imi. full-blooded face of the bat, and that will trickle into the rope. Gets off the mark with the boundary.
At the moment, Uganda is dealing in boundaries, and that's a brilliant, almost square drive, but upish right over the inner yard.
You see the shape on that ball there from Sui. Su Mei Ying.
A hint of a bit of outswing, but immaculate, equal to the task, getting it over the inner field.
Again, what we've been talking about manipulating the field. Imi, there's no one in that slip cordon. That ball is right outside your off stump. If you can just use your soft hands, then you give your partner at the other end a chance to come out, to run through for a single. So you need to be thinking like that. Same thing again. Ball is outside of stump. That will never hit your stumps. So if there's no one in that region, try and manipulate the field. I think you need to have the clarity when you go to bat. How am I going to score my runs and where?
The very first single of the innings, much welcomed by the dugout.
You can see she's listening to me. That's how you play this game. It's a game of chess.
Absolutely, you can never forget the multidisciplinary approach when it comes to cricket. Early in the innings, we saw the Capricorn Eagles applying a bit of football skills, especially the bowlers. But yes, you have to always think through the processes so as to get on top of your inning.
Well done there by Janet. Much better. Realizing that Mariko Hill was standing on the 30-yard. It's about to pick up a single. That's good play from Uganda. More positive intent from Uganda. They are looking at getting at least 100 runs. That's what the captain mentioned. That 100 should be enough for them. But Hong Kong just down 113. That was said by Namibia. So maybe you should be looking at over 130. But after 2 overs, 12 for no loss Uganda. Michael, we compare to the last time Uganda, their first 2 overs had 0 runs. So maybe today's KPI has been ticked. That in the first 12 balls, we have at least 12 runs.
Ikrasa asking the questions right now as Janet Mbabazi becomes a little more experimental and dramatic.
Yeah, again, shadows the correct shot, but played the wrong one. But at least that's good intent. Those are not wicket-hitting balls, so you need to show your presence. Give herself too much room. The wrong execution with Janet when she's trying to do that, she gives herself too much room, and she ends up missing the ball completely. And you can see because of that shot, there's been a change in the field. A good shot there from Janet. Bit of a poor bounce in front of the field that allowed them to pick up a single. But now if Janet has realized, and Imi as well, that they put a fielder down, now they can easily play all along the ground rather than trying to get stuck in their crease.
Immaculate Naksoi will now face her first ball from Ikra. It's a bit of a gift from Ikra there. An extra run already, which makes Uganda's image much better. But comparing to the already 8 dot balls just from 2.2 overs speaks a volume to Uganda's aggressive play during the power play. Another dot ball there, but intelligent bowling from Ikra Saha, making sure that she doesn't give Immaculate Naksui anything to drive or to express herself over. And that will put a little bit of more pressure on Immaculate to try and do extra.
I don't know whether Ikra pulled out of her run-up intentionally or she was trying to give Janet Mbabazi a warning. You need to stay in your crease. Otherwise, you'll be run out.
Yeah, it's a time also for Janet to back up very well as an striker, knowing her running partner, she has to back up better than.
It's compassed through very, very quickly for a single. Much better intent this time from Janet. And in the past, they've always looked like you face your bowler, I face my bowler. Whatever we can be able to get, we'll take that. But now at least there's more intention from them to try and rotate the strike. Very well played. That's more like it. And that's what we were speaking about, that gap opening up after dropping the player down the ground. I don't know why teams like to do that, because just of one shot, you immediately go on the defensive. Stay on the front foot, stay positive. Keep the fielder up. If they want to go over the top, let them go.
I think also it depends on the confidence of the bowler. Would they want the protection or continue to attack? Going for the wider one, and it's to good effect for Ikra Sahab, bringing up the 16 for no after 3 overs. Uganda's run rate just dropping a shade below 5, but altogether those are the beautiful scenes of Entebbe Cricket Oval, which is engulfed within the golf course. Dennis, have you teed off of late?
Yeah, I've been teeing off. I'm looking forward to the new season, Mike. Hopefully, my captain Davis Karashan can allow me to play a couple of games. Hit hard there by Janet Mbabas. But I'm sure as long as they don't sign a wicketkeeper, I'm assured of the place in the team. The rest is a bonus. Uganda today making just a one change. Fiona Kulume coming in for Sarah Walaza. So like for like sort of change. And I think very important, Walaza has looked very average in the previous 3 games. And it's an opportunity for Fiona Kulume to take a place or a permanent place in the side for herself.
Though Dennis, I'm wondering about the tactics and the game plan. It remains to be seen if Fiona will be given a ball. Janet Mbabazi with a big heave there. Unfortunately, it just lands down the throat.
Again, throwing away her wicket, Janet Mbabazi. Trying to go across the line, but doesn't make any connection. Just ends up giving up a skyer. Simple catch, and Uganda lose their first wicket. 16 for 1. Esther Iluko walks in to bat for Uganda. Esther Iluko, a product of the Soroti Cricket Academy, comes from very far to play this game. But she's a very good player, one for the future. The keeper batter in the side right now in the place of the regular Kevin Awino. Uganda clearly trying to find answers to that top order. Malisa Ariokot has also been tried at number 3. But probably that experiment hasn't worked. You agree with that approach, Mike? You coached the Victoria Powers before. You keep changing until you find the right answers.
Esther Iluko, quite an interesting batter. A bit of all-round approach to her game. Esther Iluko gives you that additional element in terms of she's a wicket keeper. Quite exciting in her approach, but she gives you the option of a batter in her.
Yeah, I think the why she edges Kevin in the team probably is because of her batting. Kevin most definitely the better keeper of the two. So I think depending on what the team needs, I think they will pick and choose between the two depending on what the team needs. If they're looking for runs, they will most likely go to Esther Iluku, and if they're looking for tidy glove work, they will always lean towards Kevin Awino.
Early days, however, Esther Iluku will be required to find her feet, and finding her feet she does, with that blistering boundary right across square leg, pulling it off her back foot in a format of as though sweeping it. Uganda still building her inning, the Victoria Pearls, but Suiwe May still going at Uganda, having picked that early wicket.
One of the things I've always been surprised about Esther is that she's not very strong outside of stump. Yet those are some of the easiest balls to hit. Got the boundary there from Esther. Good connection from her. Waited for the ball and she's able to hit it square of the wicket. Very good connection from her and timing. I'm saying she's always very, very weak on balls that are outside of stump. Maybe that's something she needs to work on when she goes back to the nets. Because if you're going to bat in the top order, you need to be very, very strong, especially square of the wicket. Very few people will bowl the ball up to you. So you need to be strong square of the wicket, both sides.
Ikra Saha continuing into her third. Immaculate Naksui out there with Esther Iluku. Immaculate still a little subdued for her 6 of 9 balls. We know how she normally wants to express herself, hitting over the top. She's yet to find her shooting range.
Well played. Comes down very nicely on the ball, Immaculate Nakisui. Too much talent in Imi, but unfortunately she's just sort of been very, very careful. She's worried about getting out. But if she let loose, I'll tell you, Immaculate will play one of the best innings you'll ever see.
Fear of failure. Every coach will tell you about fearless cricket. Dennis, unfortunately, whatever you're afraid of in cricket always comes to pass.
I think the one thing about cricket is that there are certain things, some things are certain, like getting out as a batter. So until that time, maybe the best thing to do for you is to go out there and express yourself. Tries to play that very late Imi. And I'm also thinking that Imi, because she knows she can really play over the top, she should be using this opportunity where the bit of medium pacers on for her to try and pierce those gaps. Because later on when they bring on the slow bowling options, sometimes she slows down.
Completely agree. Ikra Saha doing the best that she can, and that is just to bowl within that particular zone of line and length to ensure that she gets the dots in, and having plotted all those 5 dots in the first 5 balls, she's looking $1 million right now, to the detriment of the Victoria Pearls.
Yeah, apart from that one over from Ikra that went for plenty, she's been very, very good, giving away just 10 runs in 3 overs. The final over of the power play coming up for Uganda, they just have 21 for 1. That one wicket, the wicket of the captain Janet Mbowers, who's already back in the hut. So you can see Imi has given away maiden over. She has 6 from 14. So you take away those 6 balls from the 14 balls she's faced already. And she has the ability to just make sure those 6 balls can, each one of them, get you a run. That's what the coaches need to sort of turn on, especially with her. Soft dismissal. Esther Iluku pulls it straight to the field at mid-wicket. And Uganda lose their second wicket. Softest of dismissals are there from Esther Iluku. Very, very needless. I told you she needs to improve her square game. Doesn't have too much power in those shots. Uganda lose their second wicket, 21 for 2.
It's always said that dot balls are king because they bring you the queen. And that is the wicket of none other than Esther Iluko.
You make a very good point, Mike. 7 dot balls in a row. So that dot ball pressure. But there's a certain stage where our coaches tell you that you don't need to worry about the scoreboard. There should be no scoreboard pressure for you. And Uganda make a change this time. Rita Musamali, the vice captain of the side, promoted up the order. I think this is the right call. In the previous game, she's been batting very, very late for Uganda, yet she's such a fine, fine player. The reigning female cricketer of the year walks into bat with Uganda 21 for 2.
Not reading so much into body language, but that little exchange between Immaculate and Rita seemed to say, okay, you're here, let's now restart afresh to build this inning as a partnership. No pressure definitely on Rita, and it's often said that she plays a fearless game.
Good approach here from Rita. In the cricket circles, they call her my namesake, but I don't think my batting is as good as hers. Such a fine player, Rita. Takes her time to get in, but once she finds her range, she will play some lovely, lovely shots.
Dennis, you're selling yourself short. In your heydays, you're a World Cup player in the under-19.
I'm trying to psych her up. I want to make her feel good. Swing and a miss there from Rita. Good shape there from Sui Mei Mei. A ball has some shape on it. So you may line up the long line and you end up giving a catch to the keeper. I don't know why they don't even have a slip for her. This is a new batter.
Immaculate Nakisoi on the other end, non-strikers end. Quite pensive, seems to wonder what would be next. But just like Hong Kong, China doing, Uganda should also look to just do the basics right. Look to rotate the strike and try to build an inning. Forget about the power play and all those other details for now. But just look to do the basics, so Hong Kong, China have their work cut out now.
Comes off the outside edge. They will all count. Chinese drive. Gets off the mark, Ritam Samali. Good spell from Sui. Picked up 2 wickets, giving away just the 12 runs. Hong Kong will be happy with this power play as well. Very well played by Imi. Waits on the ball and plays it very late. Mariam Bibi with the chase, and she's about to take off for a third one. I'll tell you, these 3 are very electric between the stumps, and they make the 3 runs even very, very comfortably.
You know, Dennis, like we mentioned earlier on, these 2, when they're in a partnership, you can always count on them to rotate the strike with their electric running. But that brings up the end of the power play at 25 for 2 for Uganda. And that was the power play with Janet Mbabazi, a big swivel there through covers. Immaculate Nakisoi with up and over point, another boundary there. Unfortunately, Janet Mbabazi left it too early. Simple one there. And Esther Iluko followed up also with a boundary. At the moment, Uganda dealing mainly in boundaries. Could explain the score at the power play of just 25 for 2 after 6.
Ikra into the attack to bowl our final over. Mike Ondiko departs for a well played 6 overs, and Davis Karashani joins me in the commentary box. Davis, welcome. Uganda won the toss and asked to bat first. 25-2 is where they are at right now.
Well, thank you very much, Dennis. It's always good to be in the commentary box, having that good sight of proceedings down there on the wicket. But I felt that, of course, Uganda came out with a lot of intent. They looked to be very aggressive up front. Bit unlucky that they do not have a lot more on the board, but credit to the Hong Kong bowlers that have managed to draw their lengths back and take as much pace off the ball.
Old field placement here from Hong Kong. One of the things I've been very impressed with Davis in this tournament is most of the teams, the bowlers actually bowl to their field sets. No one is trying to experiment. If you're going to score runs, you will have to beat the fielder.
Drop one round, they scamper through for a single. Bit too full for my liking, especially with the fact that mid-on and mid-off are up. Literally asking to be hit.
Thank you very much, Davis. I was just going to say that the problem is that when they make up their minds on the ball they want to take off, it's actually the ball you should be punishing to the boundary.
Just having a quick look at that, besides it being a dot ball, you just see how Rita's bat comes down. She just plays with that angle, never plays with a bit of a straight face of the bat. But with that dot ball brings an end to the 7th, Uganda 28-2.
Davis, I think the first thing she normally does is plant her foot, and then she's trying to play around her pads. Good enough this stream is available on Sportsbox. You can always go back and watch. Try and show that to your coach and ask them what can we do in the nets together to try and improve on that, because cricket is really muscle memory. Once you get used to something, if you get used to doing things the right way, then it all becomes very, very easy for you.
But there is a bowling change from the golf course end. Chan Min is going to be bowling a left-arm orthodox from that end. Full delivery, asking the batter to hit that down the ground, and she obliges.
Yeah, one of the players who had the most fun yesterday at that CSRI event, Chan Khan, was very, very excited. I thought we could have some images from that, but she was very, very happy with those young girls.
Yeah, great stuff, Dennis, yesterday with that CSR activity on that rest day for the ladies. Can only hope and imagine they did have a good time.
Very well done, much better. So put some pressure on the field at mid-off. Yes, deficit yesterday, and the Hong Kong China team donating a fully signed jersey to the school headmistress just to make sure they leave it, she can keep it in her office. Very, very good gesture from them.
I think at the end of the day, that's what these tournaments are supposed to be about. Leaving a lasting legacy and impact, especially in the society. Of course, without saying what happened to Greece in that after 2004, I think, Olympics, whereby the economy actually literally went under. Very well bowled yet again from Chanka. Machule Nachisu is on 11 of 12 deliveries. Very well bowled yet again from takes off all the pace, asking Imi to generate the pace herself, and with that double brings an end to the 8th over. Uganda 34-2. And there is a bowling change following the completion of Ikra's spell, 4-over spell that only went for 11 runs. Mariko Hill is the bowler tasked to bowl and keep that amount of pressure on this Victoria Pearls outfit.
Yeah, Davis, I remember you asking why she doesn't bowl that much often. And I think now the captain, Natasha Miles, has realized maybe they need to give her more responsibility with the ball, especially in the middle overs.
Well, unfortunately for Mariko Hill, she starts off with a no ball free hit. Basically, it is a free hit. It's considered a no ball. Perhaps it is the delivery that Imi will look to make a full use of to get her inning going at 11 of 23. Surely she's looking to eat up too many useful resources for the Victoria Pearls. But it is a free hit. And of course, with that single, allows the field to change. And they send the deep mid-wicket, long on and long off fielders to patrol the boundary.
Very well picked up by Imi. She loves that shot. Just whips it off her pads and races away to the boundary. The free hit getting the punishment it deserves.
The replay. Imi goes very deep in her crease. And that in-swinger from Mariko Hill is heavily punished. You just feel Imi is being guilty for playing in two gears, either blocking or looking to go big. If she could find that in-between balance, that game allows her to pick up the odd boundary, but more importantly, look to rotate strike. I think then she would get closer to being the complete player we have seen in perhaps Natasha Miles. And I think Yasmin Khan. Absent that, she needs to find that in-between balance.
Well done there by Imi and Rita. They take off those two.
Not too sure they would have taken off because it is another no ball, so it will be a free hit for the Victoria Pearls. Turning out to be the biggest over, obviously, at this particular stage for the Victoria Pearls. The bowling change is paying heavy prices. A heavy price there to Hong Kong, China. Conceded 8 runs already. Just one legitimate delivery.
Big swing from Rita Musamali. Chess is on, but very well done by Chan Kan Wing.
Just get a feeling that for me, that the foot movement from Musamali, she rarely steps anywhere close to the line of the ball. Gives herself a lot of room. That left foot basically starts from outside leg stump and stays outside leg stump, so it makes it hard for her to reach deliveries that are outside of stump.
Just pushing at it. Very right, Davis. She likes just extending her arms all the time, so she doesn't play within herself. She's always trying to give herself room so that she can have that arm extension. But everyone has their own way. If it is working, it's the runs that count.
Roll ball and they manage to scamper through yet again for another quick single. Speaking of if it is working, it is what works. Dennis, you had the most complete basic skill set in terms of the stance, the grip, everything right, but you never ever bothered any fielders elsewhere besides in that slip cordon.
I found my gap and I was willing to stick to it. Swing and a miss there for Imi, but wides indicated. Mariko Hill struggling in her first over. But this is a far much better position for Uganda to be in than where they've been in the last 3 games, especially with the bat. 42 for 2, and I don't know if this is a change in the batting order that you feel has brought some bit of improvement for them.
I just feel for me it's a change largely in attitude and that desire, that hunger that they have gone on to show in the last 2 games. That struck, unfortunately, too good and too straight. Takes out the middle stump on the other end.
Maybe 2 centimeters on the other side could have been past the stumps and the ball as well. But Uganda still struggling at the top of the order, getting that number 3. We've tried Malisa Riokot there. This time Esther twice. Esther got a start in the previous game, but it just still didn't look like it is working yet.
Much better there from Imi. She gets right under that one. Does it have enough work to do for the field at extra cover? Natasha Miles keeps that in. The batters on the wicket scamper through for 3 easy runs. Turned out to be a very, very good over for Uganda.
Very, very good over. 15 runs coming off it. And good intention there from Imi. Immediately she put her head up. She just wanted to make sure she gets over the infield. Good work there from Natasha. I hope she hasn't injured herself when she was trying to keep that ball in, because she stayed on the ground. Very, very important player for Hong Kong, China. So they need her to be fine. Natasha Miles, you can see that she stayed down. They're just trying to do, it's probably her hamstring. Might be something wrong. She's been a very, very prolific for Hong Kong, China at the top of the order. So they will need her to be very, very fine.
Dennis rightly stated earlier that obviously this has turned out to be, you'd say, the best batting innings so far for Uganda. They had 45 for the loss of 2 in 9 overs. Much better from the Victoria Pearls. Just looking at that, beautifully struck there by Imi. Gets right under that one, recognizes that the field is in and chooses to go right over them. And that unfortunately is where Natasha Miles picked up that little niggle. And looks like Natasha Miles is actually doing all right. But with the completion of that Mariko Hill over, an over that went for 15 runs, very productive over for the Victoria Pearls. Hong Kong cannot turn anywhere else but Chan Kar, who's bowled 1 over, gone for just those 2 runs. Tempted sweep shot, you would say, but that's judged wide. For me, much better intent from Imi. She now looks like she probably means business.
Yeah, I think they need that break. Is working wonders for Uganda. Better intent. We saw even the aggression that the Namibians had today. Need to put your foot down. Immaculate Nakisui, 2 runs away from 1,000 T20I runs. And she's facing someone who has 1,000 T20I runs and 101 T20I wickets.
Beautiful, the irony. Blocks that right under her nose.
I don't know why she does that. Looks like she's playing test cricket.
I think, as I said, Dennis, she just needs to find that balance, that in between kind of blueprint of an inning. Spin there, 29 deliveries. You want to see her rotate strike a lot more. Instead, goes try, attempts to go big, gets height on it, but doesn't even clear the 30 yard, and she's dismissed. 19 of 30 deliveries. Hong Kong, China, strike.
Yeah, Immaculate will have to wait for that milestone. The 2 dot balls putting some pressure on her and ends up giving a skyer. Try to turn the ball around the corner. Another start for her, but not converted. 19 from 30 balls for her. Always walks off with her head down. 102 wickets for Chan. Simple catch there for Shaheen Shazad. Uganda lose their third, 46-3 after 9.3 overs. And everyone will take a drinks break for now.
And we're back from the break. A break that Hong Kong would not mind. The fact that they have seen the back of Imachile Nachisui, the batter felt that had gotten a bit of a start. But in walks Stephanie Nampin at number 5, a position she has made her very own.
Such a fine player, Stephanie Nampina. And these two, again, they will continue running very, very well between the wickets. These three, the trio, Nampina, Rita Msamali, and Nakisui, they all came from the same high school. They played cricket together for a very long time, so they have a very, very good understanding. They are very telepathic between the wickets. But Stephanie has also been short of the of runs. Ooh. So maybe Nampina is also a bit very, very worried.
I think for me, worry and fear should be the farthest words that you want any cricket team to come close to. You want to see players play with a lot of freedom. I've always felt that you are a lot more productive, especially if you're enjoying what you're doing. And you do not have too many things to worry you.
Easy for you to say, Davis, now that you're retired, but you know when you are playing, like they say in Uganda, things are very different on ground. Halfway stage, Uganda 46-3.
Well earned in Mariko Hill. Natasha Miles trusts, and following that that big over, you would say, for Uganda, 15 runs that were gotten off Mariko Hill's first over. Natasha Miles trusts her to come back and do a lot better. She knows that if she can pick up a wicket here, she'll get quickly into that Victoria Pearls mid order and look to keep them to a touch under that 190 run mark.
Good comeback there. Oh, completely missed the ball there, Mariko Hill, in her run up. Went for 15 in the first over. Thinking that maybe because Stephanie has just come, but if Imi was still there, let's try and push more pressure on her so that you milk another big over from her. Normally when you're batting, there's always that one bowler you're targeting.
Not that you ever did target anyone. Yeah, but based on how proceedings are going, especially, and how the tournament is going now, it is therefore. Stephanie Nampina is off the mark. That comes off the outside half of her bat to third man. But based on how the tournament is going, we're starting to see many teams coming to their fold. Teams bat a lot better. Today we saw the highest score in the tournament so far. Hong Kong will not mind if if they can restrict the Victoria Pearls to anything around that 100-run mark.
It's on top of it very well. Rita runs very quickly between the wickets. And the ball actually goes all the way to the boundary. A fumble on the rope. Can see that again. Rest very quickly. Oh, I think the fielder took her time to get down. Good control from Rita Msamali.
You just get a feeling perhaps Natasha Miles might have missed the trick here. The Victoria Pearls have struggled, especially with from the deliveries that have taken away all the pace. The slower bowlers have seemed to do well. And it has appeared or seemed a lot easier with the pace coming onto with the ball. Yet again, another example yet again of Rita Msamali. She just does not get that front foot anywhere in line with the stumps.
Trust me, I don't think she'll ever will.
She relies heavily on her hands.
Yeah, she relies heavily on her hands. Up-ish, but will land safely. And I think as the levels keep going up, when you have such faults in your technique, you become easy prey for very, very good teams and good bowlers.
Manages to glide that down there to third man. Picks up a single to complete this over. And after 11, Uganda are 54 for 3. And Chan Kai-Ying will continue to operate from the golf course end. She's asked some very difficult questions of the Victoria Pearls. Not many answers yet. She's considered just 3 runs, picked up that solitary wicket in her 2 overs. And Natasha Miles opts to deploy a slip fielder to Stephanie Nampina, the new batter. Very well bowled. Comes in with the arm, angle with the arm, pitches and then turns.
Yeah, too much experience here from Chan Khan. I like the fact that she tosses the ball up in the air. You may think the ball is there for the hitting. Oh, chance. Why the slip was in that region, but completely missed by the fielder. Looked like the slip fielder was just trying to dodge it instead of catching it.
And the person that deployed the slip fielder herself, Natasha Miles, opting to go in that position. That went flying off that outside edge. Nearly paid the price there, Stephanie Nampina. Good captaincy here by Natasha Miles.
Doesn't get through 2 bodies. Stephanie as well, because I think she hasn't been scoring a lot of runs. Has some doubts in herself, but she played the blind of a knock on this particular ground 2 years ago against Tanzania when Uganda was on the ropes. She came out and rescued the team from a difficult position. A quicker ball this time, and Stephanie goes back on it. You can clearly see why Chan Kai-Ying has 102 T20I wickets.
Good intelligent bowling here from Chan. She's mixing it up. Snap the lengths, those varieties in her. Not turning some and still finding the ability to turn a couple of others. To find that outside edge of Stephanie Nampina. She did earlier. Catch wasn't completed at slip. Just get a feeling that perhaps Stephanie would not want to dig herself into a deep rut. She's 4 of 10 deliveries already. Down the leg side, unfamiliar of Chan, misses her line there, and that delivery down the leg side might have appeared to be a bit of a freebie to get Stephanie's innings going. Freebie not taken. And Chan is immediately back on the money, and with that dot ball brings an end to the 12. Uganda 57 for 3. And Natasha Miles has been forced to ring in the change there from that end, following the fact that Mariko Hill had gone for 23 runs in her 2 overs. She's opted to deploy Lai, the leg spinner. Last outing we saw her ball, and she was bowling literally only googlies, flighted deliveries, and I like the fact that she's bowling from this end of the field. She'll know that there is a much bigger boundary to the leg side of the right-hand batters. Starts off with the googly yet again. Short delivery. Poor feeling there at square leg. They scamper through for a second. Do they make it? Yes, they do. Very well run by the 2 batters out there. But with that bowling change effected by Natasha Miles, there is a change in the commentary box as Dennis Musali takes a break. Michael Grace Indiko returns. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Davis.
Now is a good time to remind us of your leg spin bowling career.
Davis, it was off spin. But most of them were straight.
Considering we don't remember much of it anyway.
Davis wants to get me into a rut earlier on because he knows he was my captain and denied me the ball each time we had a game.
To get you in a spot of bother, exactly what Lai is doing to Rita outside there. Rita is not picking the googly.
Wow, finally she's able to edge one. I don't know if it is an educated edge or but nevertheless comfortably running through for 3. What a running between this partnership.
I like the fact that Lai bowls googlies, but you just get a feeling that perhaps she's yet to find her real radar. The deliveries, for my liking, are a bit too short. And when you bowl the googlies so much, it ceases to be that surprise delivery. So you lose that element of surprise to get right-hand batters bowled, especially through the gate. So she want to bowl it a bit flatter. Much better.
Obliges there. And Stephanie Nampina would relish 2 runs comfortably. She's quite quick between the wickets. This reminds me of a couple of years ago when this partnership got Uganda again out of a deep rut and was able to get Uganda past Tanzania in one of the qualifiers.
That's a nice shot there in your frame. Looking at the umpire, Anna Harris alongside Lai.
You mentioned about those almost long hops.
Yeah, it's those short deliveries. Of course, we know leg spinners will usually be guilty for short deliveries. So it's just for her to get her line and length on target, and she will be a very difficult customer to deal with. Down the leg side there, Don goes on one knee, manages to pierce that gap down there, deep square leg. The runs are flowing for the Victoria Pulse.
Very welcome boundary that is well greeted with applause in the Ugandan dugout, because this partnership has to. They are overcompensated with a fuller one. Stephanie obliges 1 bounce for 4. You would imagine, you know, Davis, you do mention about the googly not being like a go-to ball, but should be a surprise. I think for Lai, The surprise is actually the leg spin.
Much better from her. But Stephanie yet again goes on one knee, goes for that big sweep shot. This time can only get one run off that one, and with that single brings an end to the 13th. Uganda 70-3.
A change in bowling with Mahek Deep, Cow coming at the golf course end, clubhouse end, Rita Musamali and Stephanie Nampina out there in the middle, getting more comfortable and into their groove as a partnership, much to the joy of Uganda. Big sweep there, but it's adjudged a wide, and they would rather just have a rotation of the strike with Rita Musamali's one knee down, shot to the leg side, remain to be seen for such a similar delivery from Mahek Deep.
That's driven down the ground. You just feel perhaps maybe Hong Kong China are a bit short in their bowling department. That a lot of teams are looking to try and play out Ikra and Chan Ka Ying and try and milk the rest of the bowling attack.
And finally Stefan Napina gets that shot all the way for a maximum. She comfortably and very patiently waits for it and pulls it for 6. And Mike Deep looks on dejectedly. Those are great shots there from the golfers. Remember, the Entebbe Cricket Oval is engulfed by the golf course. But that shot, perfectly timed, hit intentionally over for 6. Great skill there from Stephanie. And Stephanie there picking up her scoring rate to almost a ball around to 100% strike rate. It was a bit concerning earlier on, but they are getting into their groove with another great shot right through, straight over mid-off for another boundary, bringing 21 for Stephanie Nampina of 17 with Rita Musamali on 18 of 20. A good partnership building there. That's again the shot offered intentionally over mid-off. Great shot there again, being replayed for our benefit thanks to our production team. Similar shot once again, but this time straight down to long off for a single.
Mike, you just get a feeling it's been a great passage of play here for the Victoria Pulse. They managed to cruise, especially in these last 4 to 5 overs, picking up close to over 30 runs. You just feel at this point Hong Kong are perhaps looking to, they're basically swimming upstream. They need to try and peg this Victoria Pulse onslaught back.
Absolutely, Davis. Already 39 partnership for this particular partnership picking up Uganda at 46 for 3 and now at 85 for 3 in 14 overs. And with that passage of players Davis mentioned earlier on, Hong Kong China goes into tactical changes with Mariam Bibi being called in once again to pull off a blinder, but this time with the ball for Hong Kong China. But Stephanie Nampina and Rita Musamali right now in their groove would definitely relish some bit of pace on ball. It remains to be seen how much more this partnership will have to offer, Davis.
Yes, and obviously based on how well the Victoria Pearls are doing at this particular point, the changes continue to get rung in. And from our lie, skipper Natasha Miles opts for Bibi. That's handsomely struck down the ground. Does it have enough in it? And Mariko Hill manages to keep that to just 1 run.
Good to see there, Rita, with a straight drive passed just by the stumps. Longo unable to do the mopping up job there. But altogether, it's all looking quite rosy and good for Uganda. Stefan Nampina goes a little agricultural there with a hint of slog sweep. But that speaks about the volumes of confidence between these two young ladies. Willing to take on any ball right now, pace or no pace, right through in their hitting arc. Well, someone once hinted that these days in T20, what would have been the agriculture shot traditionally is now a preferred shot as you utilize the line of the ball, but another single there for Rita Musamali. Good rotation of the strike from the two batters there. Much to the joy and elation of their dugout. Dot ball for once in a while, but Mariam Bibi doing the job for her team.
It's been a passage of really of a free run, free flowing. Just get a sense that the Hong Kong fielders are hoping that a wicket will come their way. They're not too sure how the wicket will come. Stefan Nampina goes on one knee. Let's get that down to a short to fine leg. But Hong Kong, China need to find a way of making sure they can string together some amount of dot balls and put some pressure back on the Victoria Pearls. Otherwise, the game is quickly running away from them. Uganda at 89 for 3 in one delivery to end the 15th.
Another big swivel there across to mid-wicket, but well swept up, and it's just reduced to one single run there, bringing the total tally to 90 runs for 3 after 15. Uganda comfortably cruising now at 6 runs and over. Should be easy for Uganda from now on. For a bowler run will still get Uganda to that predicted total of 120. But with that too, the changes indeed ringing in continuously with Joylene K coming in now from the golf course clubhouse end. Rita Musamali just toying with the Hong Kong China bowlers at this moment in time. They literally almost find nowhere to bowl to her, but rotation of the strike is the order of the day at the moment.
Good intelligent batting there by Stefan Nampina. And just dab that just that vacant short third man region for a single. And more importantly for me, Mike, with that is it allows for that consistent rotation of strikes so that they do not allow their dot ball percentage to increase.
Every coach's joy seeing your batters just do the basics, rotating the strike, taking the twos, picking even the threes, turning around everything to the advantage of the Victoria Pals. Well done to the two young ladies in the middle there.
Well, 27 deliveries to go, you get the feeling that Uganda, the Victoria Pals, will not be looking to get anything less than that 130 mark. But already this is their highest score in the tournament, so clear signs of progress.
Another big one there from Stephanie Nampina, trying to bisect the two boundary sweepers, but it reduced only to a single. Davis, you feel 130 zone for the cut?
130 if they just go all right, but if Praskovia Lako has a good day, Praskovia Lako can score probably close to those 30 runs in 10-12 deliveries that she faces. So it could be, the damage could be a bit more if she actually has a good day.
Well, I want to see how this over goes. And going, unfortunately, goes with Stephanie Nampin, with Rita Musamali, gifting mid-wicket with a simple sitter there, trying to go for the maximum. Instead, perishes to Joylene Kay as the change that is brought into the picture there. A bit of a half cock there in the shot, gifting the catch.
Well, a very selfless wicket there from Rita Musamali, recognizing that perhaps the strength that she does possess in her batting perhaps had literally lapsed, especially the fact that we are at the back end of the inning, choosing to go big and allow the stronger, bigger finishers to come in to bat, hoping that they can do their role. And with that wicket in walks Alako Proskovia. With 24 deliveries to go, she would not have asked for a better time to walk into bat.
Especially with only 4 wickets down. The look on her face says it all. Of course, there is the normal bit of jitters, nerves, and relation to face a fast ball. Perfectly bowled there by Mariam Bibi. Once again, the wonder lady for Hong Kong, China.
I'm more impressed with the follow-up on realizing that she had beaten the outside edge of Stephanie Nampimana. Her follow-up was literally right under the nose of Stephanie, just to let her know that she's actually around.
Little mental battles there. Stephanie Nampina says, I took and offer my side of the battle, picking that up off her feet, and good sweep shot for 4. Granting like a mobile advert there, full view.
All down the leg side, easy pickings really, asking to be hit, and hit it was to that vacant deep square leg region. And with that boundary brings Uganda's first triple figure, 100 up for the loss of 4 wickets.
Stephanie going quite strong now, 30 of 25. Intelligent piece of cricket there after the boundary, looking to rotate the strike and asking Proskovia Lako to come on board and join the party.
Well, and with that single brings Proskovia Lako on strike. Can only hope, and the Ugandan fans will only be hoping that she does recognize that she will be hitting to the bigger boundary. It's key for her to just knock the ball around. Fair ball yet again from Bibi. Taking all the pace off. I think she recognizes that perhaps Proskovia Alako will be looking to try and go very big. So she's taken all the pace away to try and ask Proskovia to generate off the pace, all the pace herself.
Proskovia Lako still finding her range. Of course, Davis, everyone knows she can hit them and hit them big and far.
That is always the challenge sometimes with the big hitters. Because they know they have that ability, sometimes they forget that that game of the ability to rotate the strike and pick up the odd boundary. And there it is. She goes big. She gets high to it.
You almost called it, Davis, but thankfully for Proskovia Lako, her woos and blues are turned into a little smile as she's dropped right at mid-off boundary. And that brings up the 17th over at 103 for 4.
Yeah, that replay takes a little shimmy, hits it straight enough, got height on it, but no distance. Should have been an easy chance there to be completed by Ikra, but makes a full meal out of it and allows Proskovia 2 easy runs. Mike, for me, sometimes I do not think you lose anything, especially to your ego, when you recognize that Stephanie Nampina, who has been there for 26 deliveries, has 31, perhaps might be the better person to give the strike to. Maybe something Proskovia Lako will want to think about.
Surely Davis comes with time, but time is never on our side. Doing the right things, it's always best you do it at the right time, and this is the right time. Look to rotate, look to get yourself in. Agreed, it's only about 18 balls to go, but give yourself a chance, probably by first having a look at 3-4 balls while rotating the strike as you get your range, hitting range going. Good signs there, taking her guard afresh, as though to imply she's willing to start afresh. And we just hope, or Victoria Powers would hope.
Very well bowled. Turn and bounce there from Joylin. Rare dot ball there. But Mike, for me again, as I said, it's key that perhaps Proskovia understands, obviously because that ricocheted into the helmet, there is a mandatory concussion test. But maybe that test or this small period would allow the batters to reassess and know that maybe Alako just needs to find that single for Stephanie Nampina to get going.
Much great, Davis. You know, earlier on we were talking about the 120, 130 mark. Immediately my thoughts were, but unfortunately if a wicket falls, then even getting to 120 or 125 becomes a challenge. Why? Because the incoming batter would look to become extra aggressive, and in the process either is getting out of shape and missing the ball, not having proper timing, ultimately just having a self-destruct mode. But yes, indeed, hopefully that little conversation will turn around the tide.
Mike, on a lighter note, of course, I know that you and I played in an era whereby there were no concussion tests, unfortunately. But it's good to see the ICC and the international sport recognize the value and the importance of health to ensure that the athletes out there that put their bodies on the line, and perhaps look at the golfers right there in your frame. Not too sure, Mike, if you have any clue of your way around the golf course.
I've tried a couple at the Kinyara golf course.
And Alako Proskovia gets right under that one. Does it have the distance? Oh yes, it does. Proskovia Alako gets her first maximum of the inning. 6 runs to the total, and with that 6 brings up Nelson.
Much needed hit and well timed this time. Given a proper bash of the ball, going all the way through cow corner for 6. Good to see for Victoria Pals, who are getting a bit concerned with their target of 120 to 130.
Scamper there for a single. Just get that feeling of, you can see the excitement on Proskovia Lako's little trigger movement. She has to make full use of the opportunity that she has gotten. She's gotten dropped, obviously, picking up 2 runs, and now she's on about 9 of 6 deliveries.
Credit to Joylene Cow, because in the circumstances, well set batters being able to maintain the discipline and just keep everything calm. It's a great credit to her skill set.
Good turn and bounce there. I know it is therefore, and I know this is actually a new wicket. But to see the slow bowlers get that amount of patches, the amount of turn on the wicket, you only want to imagine what will be happening on day 6 of the tournament itself.
Throws the kitchen sink at that one, literally, but for no run. I'm sure 45 wouldn't try to take that catch because that bat was flying at a mile. But that brings up 112 for 4 after 18. That's the bat being thrown at the ball, but well fielded there.
Changing bowling from that airport end. And Chanka Yin is back for a final over in a spell. I know she's bowling at a very difficult time, at a time when the Ugandan batters will be looking to go big. Maybe perhaps for me, you think that Natasha Miles might have missed the trick to bring her at this stage. Might be a little bit too late. The damage has already been done. And with that bowling change, there is a change in the commentary box. Michael Grace Indiko takes a break and Dennis Musali returns.
Yeah, Stefani trying to go big again. Alako, and the ball lands between the two fielders. It's like no one was interested. But Alako, I think, now trying to tee off everything.
Dennis, that was a bit of a scare. Not many people I know want to get under that one, especially under clear skies.
Tries to go big. Prosi doesn't go big enough. Mariko Hill takes the catch on the boundary. I think the good plan here, Davis, for me, because I think that's a bigger side of the ground. So if you're going to hit it to the beach, you need to hit against the wind and hit it very, very far. It's a good connection, but right under the throat there of Mariko Hill, who takes a very comfortable catch.
Yeah, but of course you want to measure Proskovia Lako on impact. I think she's had that impact. She's made a difference. She's tried to push that that score towards that perhaps 130, 125 that Uganda might have been looking for from the get-go. From the time they won the toss, I think their first toss to win in the tournament so far. But with that wicket, in walks youngster Ariokot Malisa.
You can see where Mariko Hill even took that catch. She was a yard off the rope. So either way, Alako just never got enough. I think this is the best. I feel this was the best time for Chan to come in and bowl. Talk of impact, Davis. Alako got 11 off as many balls, but take away 6 from that 11. I don't think she scored so many runs. You would want it to be at least 16 from 10.
Oh, good, buddy. Good carry, good
Yeah, you do make a good point. That ability to at least pick up that odd single rotate strike rather than eat up dot balls will be obviously be something that you'll want to look at and look to improve.
Good edge there from Malisa Ariokot, and that will race away to the boundary. Fortune favors the brave, and she will take that.
And with that boundary brings an end to the 19th over. Uganda 118 for 5. Just looking at that replay, gives it a big booming drive attempt. Could only get a faint feather, but enough in there to allow the ball run down there to that third man region for 4 runs. And with just 6 deliveries to end this particular inning, Siu, the opening bowler, is going to return yet again for a second spell. But she's going to be bowling a very important over, one that more often than not gives teams momentum. Either the bowling team will try to recover. However, if she goes for too many runs, that gives Uganda a lot more momentum as they go into that break.
Davis, maybe the plan I liked from Uganda today was holding back Alako just meant that they have a bit more power at the back end. Losing her amongst the top 4 usually denies them the ability of having someone who can tee off later on.
And for me, on the flip side of it, I would have had the temptation of sending Proskovia Alako at number 3, based on the military medium that the bowlers started with, to try and allow her the chance to make use of the infield. You did see that she got caught at a long on. If she had batted in the power play, perhaps we'd be having a totally different conversation.
I think you remember in the first game where they got the game they lost to Nepal, they really had a lot of resources at the back end, but with clearly no one to muscle the ball for them, either in the gaps or even just make a connection. So when you go all out at if you're top heavy, it can be a different situation.
Yeah, but with the introduction of Fiona Kulume, for me, I think that adds a bit of a buffer in the mid order. And I'm actually shocked that she hasn't batted in this one. I might have been wrong, but I thought should have batted ahead of Marisa. But ideally, for me, I would like to see Musamali, who is one of their better batters in the side, to bat at that number 3 role. It's been a very troubling role for the Victoria Pearls for a while.
Yeah, interesting changes here for Uganda, of course. Players brought into the team, but they don't get a chance to do the skill that they are supposed to. Irene Mutoni made her debut in the game against Namibia, but she didn't bowl at all. Surprisingly, yet she's an out-and-out bowler. Thinking too much, you think?
No, I don't think so. I think it's also a case of the technical team trying to ensure they can try and get the perfect blueprint in terms of the team they want to use moving forward. So sometimes you will not always get things totally right. So, but for me, I like the fact that they are making those changes. They need to be brave to try and make changes that will be in the interest of the Victoria Pearls and Uganda cricket in general. But so far, it's been a beautiful over. Siu just has conceded only 3 runs in the final over of the inning.
Swing and a miss again for someone who was brought to tee off. I don't think she has had too much damage to do. Hong Kong will be the happy team.
Well, it's a lot harder of a job to try and walk in and tee off. Finishing is much more difficult than actually batting ordinarily.
Yeah, very true. Teeing off sounds easy, but when it comes down to execution. You make a good point, Davis. Kulume, the more experience of the two. So probably it should have been hard to come out and try and push the envelope. But that swing and a miss will bring a conclusion to the first innings. 32 not out for Stefani Nampina. Malisa Ario caught 6 not out. Uganda finishing on 123 for 5 in their 20 overs. They will be very, very happy with this batting performance because they won the toss and elected to bat first. And 123 is where they will finish. Yeah, the batting scorecard for the Ugandans. Standout Stephanie Nampina, 32 not out for her. But she had a good partnership with Rita Musamalu, got 26. Immaculate Nakisui, 2 runs short of making 1,000 T20I runs, got 19. And Janet Mbabazi, 5 runs short of 1,000 T20I runs as well, was able to get 9 runs. Uganda finishing on 123 for 5, 16 extras, very generous. Hong Kong, China with the ball. The bowling scorecard for Hong Kong, China. Very, very expensive today. Mariko Hill, 23 runs for her in 2 overs. But good work from Chan Yan Ying, 2 for 12 in her quarter of 12. 8 bowling options were used by Natasha Miles. They will be worried about those extras, so many, 16 of them. But they will need 124 from 120 balls in the second innings. And if you look at the highlights here from the first innings, setting the tone of the game, Janet Mbabas, the captain, showed a bit of aggression today, as well as our opening partner, Immaculate Nakisui, before the captain departed. But Esther Iluko with her cameo got a boundary to get off the mark, but unfortunately was not able to see through things because Immaculate Nakisui, very, very good on the eye today. Got another start, 19 for her, but unfortunately she wasn't able to capitalize and be able to carry on and score more runs.
Just concluding some of those highlights, obviously, in the first inning, we did see that the lady of the moment, the birthday girl, Stephanie Nampina, took full control of that Ugandan first inning, managing to pelt the bowlers all over the park, allowing her to get to that 32-run mark. Rita Musamali lost her wicket, a selfless attempt to try and go big. Proskovia Laku was very fortunate to have gotten dropped. Then she followed that up with getting a big maximum to mid-wicket, but she then ran out of luck. As her next delivery, she muscled it down the throat to a waiting Mariko Hill at long on. Not much to write home about. After that point, there was the thick outside edge for Marisa, allowing Uganda to pick up their last boundary in the inning. And with that boundary, allowing Uganda to get to 123 runs in their allotted 20 overs. We'll take an innings break. Do stay tuned as we come back for the second inning. Well, welcome back, and as you did see in the first inning, Uganda winning the toss and electing to bat first. They managed to get 123 runs in their allotted 20 overs, their highest total so far in this Women's T20 Cup. The task for Hong Kong is a pretty simple one. They must get 124 runs for them to pick up their third victory. This is a top of the table clash. The batting card there for Uganda. More importantly, keep your eye on that strike rate. Janet Mbabase started things off 9 of 12. Imagine achieved 19 of 30. Iloko 4 of 5. Richard Musamali played the handy knock of 26 of 20. Stephanie Nampina, the birthday girl, got 32 of 30 deliveries. Proscoville Alako 11 of 9. Aria caught 6 of 8. More importantly, Uganda managed to get that 123 for the loss of only 5 wickets in their allotted 20 overs. 16 extras bowled by Hong Kong. The bowling card, 8 bowling options, not much right home about besides the tightness in Ikra. Bowled 4 overs, went for 11 runs, bowled that solitary maiden. Siu managed to pick up 2 wickets, considered just 18 in allotted 4 overs. Success for Chan Ying, who managed to also go for only 12, picked up 2 wickets in 4 overs. And the last person to pick up a wicket was Joylene Carr, picked up that wicket but went for 15 in her 2 overs. And in your frame there, the two teams walk on Uganda in their final hurdle, while the two batters that we've come accustomed to seeing, the opening batters for Hong Kong China, Natasha Miles and Shanzin. It's been a very productive opening combo for Hong Kong. They'll be hoping that that kind of work continues in this particular game, and there is a return in the commentary box for Michael Grace Indiko. Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you, Davis. Right there in that frame, you see the young and upcoming youngster there in Irene Mutonyi getting her debut. What a big challenge they are being required to open the bowling for Uganda in the quest of defending that 123. Davis, the beauty about being a youngster, making your way into the senior team. Lot of excitement, adrenaline, but not anything to worry about.
Can I remember my first game for Uganda? Obviously, a lot of jitters and a lot of nerves. But I always thank the senior players of the team then. They were able to try and calm me down and perhaps some words of wisdom to just help us and us as youngsters understand that we had deserved our places to be there. So we simply had a job to contribute and look to make those places our very own. So I'd imagine what is running through Irene Mutonyi's mind. A youngster played her first game last time round, wasn't able to bowl. Obviously, it was a tight game, but here she is. She's getting an opportunity to bowl the first delivery of this inning. But more importantly, she has 124 runs to play with. So obviously, there's a bit of less pressure on her.
Just about to say beautifully done, but unfortunately it's an illegal delivery adjudged by umpire Ann Harris, and she'll have to redo that again to bowl her first ball of her senior debut. And it's a free hit to Natasha Miles. Quite a welcome sight, but somehow at the back of her mind you would imagine Natasha Miles is thinking about the youngster chancing a wicket.
Mike, having a look at Natasha Miles, where do you think she's going to try and hit that?
Straight back.
Deep mid-wicket. Clearly one of us was nearly right. And I went for with deep mid-wicket because obviously that is where the wide big gap is. And whereas she wasn't able to get much wood to it, she could only connect it onto her stumps, play it onto her stumps, but luckily for her it was a free hit.
I had thought of straight back because I imagine the youngster would just try to pitch it up right into the stump line. And interestingly, she was lucky to put it just outside off stump to survive the mid-wicket shot.
Man, Natasha Miles is underway. But more importantly for me is that good pace really from the youngster Irene Mutoni.
Good to see young Irene expressing herself, getting the wind out of her wings, so to speak, and just coming through, enjoying the game of cricket. It's meant to be played.
Run out opportunity. Fielder unable to keep that to nothing. Butterfingers there from Proskovia Alako. Allows Shanzin to get off strike.
Felt like a half chance-ish towards short mid-wicket there. And Proskovia Lako caught in two minds whether to go for the catch or just look to stop that ball. The result is a single. Irene Mutonyi to continue her quest for her first against Hong Kong, China.
Ball played down there to third man. But I like that delivery because there's a bit of a touch of away swing. We've not seen many bowlers try and generate any form of swing, but good to see that the youngster is already she's already looking the part, in my opinion.
Interesting observation, Davis, indeed, because looks like the go-to ball has been that gentle in swing, taking advantage of the late swing and trying to chance LBW and bowled altogether. Irene seems to go the other way around because she's using her pace and trying to pitch it a little up to make sure that she gives the chance for the outswing, for the ball to do something right at the front, and asking the questions of the experienced batters in Shanzen Shazad and Natasha Miles.
Should be it's a proud moment from that Mokono community, seeing their product running in that Ugandan yellow and red, making them very proud. I know one gentleman in particular that will be very, very proud. But it's only in my and his interest that I do not even mention him. But without mentioning his name, he would obviously know himself, and we thank him for the tremendous work to him and his team that they're doing down there in Mokono. And with that dot ball brings an end to the first Hong Kong 4 for no loss.
Uganda continuing in their trust and tested long servant of the game in Consulate Aweko with her leg spinners.
Mike, just a little teaser. What is Consi's other name, her third name?
Oh yeah, I'm brought back to memory that she's Namungu. Quite an interesting combination of names. But Consulate Aweko Namungu, former captain of the Victoria Pearls.
Touch and go there. And Natasha Miles continues to try and rotate strike. The thing I've liked about Natasha Miles, she does not allow herself to get basically stuck on one end. She looks to rotate strike even when she's not picking up that odd boundary. Something perhaps many of the batters in the tournament will look to take note of and look to improve moving forward.
You know, Davis, the beauty of such tournaments, there is a lot of learning and exposure, experience, information sharing, experiences. And that's a beautiful experience there, seeing Konsi Aweko's leg spinner beat the bat of Shanzen Shazad to the applause of keeper Esther Eleko.
Those little leg cutters from Konsi Aweko. Not the regular or conventional leg spinner really for her that you might have imagined. But she's that type of player. She rolls her own fingers across the ball and gathers enough revs to create those little leg spinners, and they have been troubling women batters for years and years.
Shenzhen Shazad there goes for off her pads to square leg for a couple there. But speaking of Konsiaweko Davis, one time I remember watching her bowl quite a spell against Kenya about 6 years ago, picking about 4 wickets for miserly about 10 runs. Was such an amazing performance that won the play of the match.
Big hit there down the threat of Stephanie Nampina. The birthday girl doesn't have the wings to keep that in, and that is the first maximum of Shanzin. The Hong Kong dugout, a lot of delight there. They know and understand the importance of getting a good start in their attempt to chase down 124 runs.
Certainly Shanzin Shazad doesn't want to hear about the history of Konsiaweko. She strikes each ball on its merit, and that's a beautiful 6 through mid-wicket. Konsi fighting a little back there with a dot ball. And that brings up 13 for naught after 2 overs. You know, Davis, it was good to see at the end of last over, Irene Mutonyi getting a little part there of well done from her captain, Janet Mbabazi, and indeed she's rewarded with a second over.
That's gone straight through the legs there of Konsi at that fly gully backward fly point position.
Several adjectives to that particular position, Davis. What are you not telling me?
It's just a bit of a strange position, especially for a youngster who is bowling reasonably well. You're not catching, you're not saving runs. It's a bit of a strange position, simply put.
Agreed, Davis. Especially earlier on, you should look to have your strike bowler given more chances, either get them a slip position or proper gully, and give them a chance to pick their first cup.
Full delivery, clipped off the pads, but work to do for the fielder at fine leg. Fulham, Fiona Kulumi manages keep that to just 1.
You see a hint of trying to get that late outswing from Irene Mutonyi. Good to see that she has the guts and the boldness, the courage and confidence to try and go right up to the nose of the experienced batters in Shazad and the batters in Shanzin and Natasha Miles. They are rotating the strike quite comfortably, giving some more work for Irene Mutonyi to think about. But the Ugandan outfit, you seem to feel they are yet to really get their full grit into the game. That bite that is expected of the Victoria Powers each time they are defending.
Very well bowled by the youngster there. For me, I like the pace that she's generating. Looking at some patches and some bite out of the wicket. But to those of us that are not at the ground today, missing out the beauty of this lakeside oval right on the shore of Lake Victoria. You say in the middle of Entebbe town, what originally used to be an administrative town for in Uganda.
You would relish to see if Irene could be encouraged to try and get through either slips or gully, but that brings again an end to the third over. Hong Kong China at 16 for naught.
The return for Consi from that golf course end. She's conceded 9 in her first. Very unlike her. More often than not, she concedes 9 in her quarter or 4 overs. So she has a lot of work to do to try and recover and get what you'd call similar or reasonable figures for her standard.
Yeah, that surprise maximum through mid-wicket by Shenzhen Shazad was the turn off there, but she will make a good comeback.
Make that 10, Mike.
Good comeback being a subjective word here.
Yeah, but we continue yet again to thank the associations of these 4 nations, opting to actually honor that invitation of the Uganda Cricket Association. So we thank Cricket Hong Kong, Chan, that is the association from Nepal itself, and Cricket Namibia for finding value in the invitation of Uganda Cricket Association to play this 4-nation tournament, give the girls an opportunity to showcase their skill, build their careers with valuable T20 points on offer for all 4 teams.
It's a great exhibition for cricket, but especially women cricket in the world, because associate nations don't get these so often. Of course, certainly ICC encourages associate nations to always form those bilateral relationships and make sure that they have these kind of tournaments. So thanks again to the leadership for always honoring.
Big slog. Doesn't, oh my god, a bit of lackluster fielding down there from the birthday girl, letting her feel the bowler down.
You always saw that coming because there was a little extra relaxation about that particular effort. Because in the first instance, you would have imagined her attempting the catch. But Davis, it can happen even to the best of us.
I like the fact that you put yourself in that category. But Stephen Namping, a caught napping down there at the mid-wicket. You just get a feeling that perhaps the Ugandans, the Victoria Pearls, have been a little bit on the slow end in terms of waking up. They know and recognize the luxury of the 123 runs they scored in their first inning.
It is certainly a disappointing attitude being displayed because in the past, Uganda, when they're defending a lower score, they really go hard at it. But indeed, it's over there out in the body language. But that brings up 23 for naught after 4 overs.
And well, just for statistical purposes, Hong Kong China required just over 100 runs to pick up this victory in this top of the table clash against the home nation Uganda. Good start, you would say, for Hong Kong China.
It's a fair start because they always require that boundary in every over. Of course, the previous over, not really to lag so much on that, but they got gifted with that final boundary. And Irene Mutonyi now has to do the mop-up job here.
Clips that of upwards. Work to do there for the fielders. And they scamper through for a third. Do they make it home and dry? Yeah, and umpire judges that has run out. Hong Kong China lose their first, and more importantly, it is the captain, Natasha Miles. That will be a big dent to their attempt to chase down this total.
Davis, I think I saw that run out coming because there was a bit of relaxation in that effort at the boundary. However, the throw was up to task. You see that? That little, the good throw is what made the difference. At first, I was afraid that Esther Iluko might have missed the stamping, but she did actually effect that stamping, and he did credit to the Victoria Pals. They see the back of Natasha Miles bringing up Mariko Hill at the number 3 spot. Not so much change in the approach of Hong Kong, China. You still feel that they feel the milestone ahead of them because 25 after 4.2 still gives them almost 100 runs. Call it 99 in 15, which is definitely over a bowler run.
But my good teamwork down there by the two fielders, Fiona Kulume together with Proskovia Lako. One ensuring that the ball does not cross the boundary, and then the other one having the presence of mind to pick it up and actually throw to the keeper's end where the batters attended to make that third run.
It was a decent relay. And the result at the end of the day justified the process. Not yet Irene Mutonyi's wicket, but it will still put a bit of ease in her step.
Not the ideal delivery to bowl first up to a new batter. That's drifted down the leg side. I like the fact that there was some good express pace on that one. And good take there by the keeper, Esther Iluko.
You know the beauty about being a youngster, you don't even know the names that are across as you're bowling to them. So it doesn't matter who you're bowling to. Pretty well done there by Esther. Applauded by Irene. I beg your pardon. Pretty well done by Aweko. And applauded by Irene. All together, it's beginning to come together for the Victoria Pals. And we all know what they can do.
Loud shout for LBW, a bit too high from where we're sitting.
Davis, I also felt there was a hint of down the leg.
Yeah, drifting down the leg side. I like the fact that she's gathering and generating some good sizable pace. Has a high strong action. Besides the fact that perhaps her head seems to fall over at the last minute of the delivery. Maybe then forcing her to drift the ball down the leg side. But others, I think she has a good strong action. She'll benefit from the fact that her coaches in that technical team were medium pacers. She'll try and get that correction so she can bowl from a more upright position at the time she's releasing the ball.
Medium pacers initially, indeed. Otherwise, anyone that watched Brian McMassab at the World Cup would wonder. But however, when she's bowling that outswing, you see the arm trying to get closer to the ear, brushing the ear. And then later on, the straighter one is where she's falling over in her head. But altogether, still early days and impressive. And that brings up 27 for 1 after 5. And Janet Mbabazi, the captain herself of the Victoria Pals, brings herself on. She's always had that particular knack of pulling one out of the hat. And probably this is just about the time bowling to Mariko Hill and Shazen Shazad.
Drop on round there, attempted run out. Bowler does not throw that well enough into the hands of the fielder. Poor throw there by Alako Proskovia. And that allows Hong Kong scamper through for an extra run.
Well, earlier on, Davis, you called it that position that is either fly or in between half pseudo sleep, giving away that single. Janet Mbabazi would definitely look to try and stem the tide of this flow at the moment.
Takes all the pressure for that delivery, beats the outside edge of Shanzin. Shanzin has looked good, not just in this particular game, but throughout the tournament. She's provided able support to Natasha Miles. And she's cruising at 17 of 18. Hong Kong will hope she can bat for as long as possible.
That is quite an exaggerated use of the rolling of the fingers, hence taking it further away. But Dennis, Davis, I beg your pardon, you do mention about Shanzin being that interesting anchor role. And such is the explanation. She always has that surprise boundary. Full value there for that advert. Thanks to Shanzin Shazad.
I think it's key for the Victoria Pearls to keep an eye on the scoreboard. It's actually not as easy as they might assume. They just seem like they have come out a bit. You'd say they do not seem to have that fighting spirit as they had when they were defending just 71. They just give you a sense of they feel that that 123 that they managed to put up in the first inning might be more than just enough. But Hong Kong are cruising at 35 for 1 after 5.4.
Davis, you do mention the run rate is already at 6.18. And that is exactly what Hong Kong China would love. To see that kind of, not the best of efforts there, from a very formidable fielder in Immaculate. And Shazen Shazad continuing just to dog the cricket Victoria Pearls. And that brings up the end of the power play with Hong Kong China at 36 for 1. And that was the power play with the first maximum of Konsia Weko's bowling right over the birthday girl, and another right into the mid-wicket area, again past the birthday girl, and the shots continued flowing the runs in, and that marked the 1 wicket. Very good run out execution there. And Janet Mbabazi's was also taken away, not a best of efforts there by Immaculate Naksui. And that marked the end of the power play. And with that end of the power play also marked a change as Davis Karashan takes a little break while Dennis Musali joins me here in the comms box. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you very much, Mike. Not her debut today, but her debut with the ball. She didn't get an opportunity to bowl the other time against Namibia. But I'll tell you, this girl is one for the future. We will need to remember that name for a very, very long time. Irene Mutoni bowled the daylights out during the under-19 qualifiers in Kigali. She was virtually unplayable. But now as she makes the step up, you hope that she can be able to survive at this level and be a very, very good bowler for the Victoria Pearls. Overpitched, but straight to the fielder. Small details that she just needs to work on that you and Davis have mentioned. because she has a shirt that has a number on it, should be 18. It's because when she made the step up, there was already someone who already had shirt 8 in the senior team. That's Sarah Kiteng. So they asked the junior player to find another number. She had to improvise with 18.
Sarah Kiteng, of course, the star in that fixture. Uganda against Namibia, so she's quite a senior in her own right.
Yeah, true. So Irene Mutoni coming from St. John's in Mokono. And I'll tell you the story about her is that she's a very good footballer. They had to steal her away from football for her to start playing cricket.
Clearly, her athleticism shows, and she seems to be quite happy even bowling in her 4th over already, except for that one that drifts down the leg.
The young female cricketer of the year 2024, Irene Mutoni. Hope that she can be looked after by the technical team for her to produce magic for Uganda. They've been struggling with someone who can enforce things, especially with a new ball. And you hope that Irene can be able to fill that void.
Booming cover drive there from Mariko Hill, showing her seniority over the youngster. Early days, but indeed she fed there a half volley.
Yeah, easy pickings there for a player with the quality of Mariko Hill. Easily finds the gap. You can see how she adjusted her leg just to make sure she can access that gap. Hey, that's how you learn when you're swimming at the deep end.
Of course, the youth inexperience kicks in because she overcorrects by going straighter down to the pads of Mariko Hill.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries for Mariko Hill. This time on the pads, and she plays it very well. There's enough pace on the ball. Just using the pace of the ball to run it down to to fine leg. She has been used to ball 4 on the trot, so not easy as well. But as a youngster, you feel that she has the fitness.
You know, I'm thinking of the mold of the likes of Vilka Muatilai of Namibia. Fielders not necessarily doing the support role there. Proskovia Lako lets that go past for another easy 3. And Dennis clearly at this rate, 49 after 7. Victoria Powell should look to tidy up the performance, otherwise it's getting much easier for Hong Kong, China. But yes, the score is 49 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, they need to clean up, just keep it very tidy. They should not assume that they scored so many runs. Hong Kong need only 75 runs from as many as 13 overs. I don't know why they are taking their time to bring probably Sarah Kiteng in the attack. I can see Immaculate Nakisui now measuring her run up. More part-timers, you need first take care of the result before you go to your part-timers.
Sometimes for us who are observing from out here, we wonder if it's going according to script until you're surprised by an end justifying the means. But here you were with that change. Probably the slowing down pace of the ball might be the secret, the difference that Immaculate Nakisui brings into this particular mold.
Mariko Hill continues to knock it around with Shazen Shahid. You must feel that Hong Kong, China are very comfortable because they have a finisher in Mariam Bibi. So they want to always make sure reduce the requirements, get her close to the game, and then maybe she can be able to do her thing.
Statistically speaking, you would say the game is evenly poised, but it's leaning a little towards the side of Hong Kong, China.
It's up in the air, but that's Stephanie Nampina. She allows the ball to drop right in front of her. I don't know if these girls want to make highlights on a sports box. Those are things you run in very quickly and dive in front and take a wonderful catch.
You would think it's not strange for Uganda posting 120 and more, but this kind of is feeling like an unfamiliar territory, especially in terms of the approach in the defense. It's not so clinical as you would expect, especially when it is a low-scoring total posted in the first inning.
One of the things sometimes bowling from Immaculate Nakisui, it doesn't seem like it can harm anyone. You're always looking at butter failure for you to be able to get something. Clean connection, some work to do for Stephanie Nampina, but she comes around and does good fielding. You're gonna need to find a way, because things can go against them very, very quickly. After 8 overs, 53 for 1.
Sun is out and bright, they are shining. Perfect cricketing conditions. And must emphasize, Dennis, the batting conditions have majorly improved, so you would definitely relish that Mariko Hill and Shezen Shazad are in a better groove to get going. However, Janet Mbabazi, recognizing the circumstances, introduces her talisman player in Sarah Akiteng. Just a couple of days ago, got a fiver for 11 in her allotted 4 overs. But it's a new day, a different afternoon, and a different opposition.
Yeah, Sarah Kiteng, the heroine for the Victoria Pals in the Navi win against Namibia. 5 for 14 for her. And she'll be bowling her from the airport end. That starts off with a half tracker and taken down by Shaheen Shazed, and that will beat the fielder. Boundary to start off things. Welcomed into the attack with the boundary, Sarah Kiteng.
That is down on one knee, past the short fine leg fielder in Irene Mutoni, all the way to fine leg for 4. Little corrections they are made, and Sarah Kiteng would be reminded to try and utilize the offside more effectively.
Good comeback there from Akiteng. Michael, I want to check at the same stage. At the same stage, Uganda were only 45 for 2 So slightly ahead Hong Kong, China. Another one down the leg side. Easy pickings again for Shaheen Shazad.
Indeed, Janet Mbabazi, they are saying some tough words to Sarah Kiteng because that adjustment in the field of removing Irene Mutonyi from short fine leg to third to a bit of fly gully meant that there is no option.
I don't think you even need.
protection.
I don't think you even need any tough words. That's a poor ball on the pads for a batter who's already into their 30s.
It's as clear as daylight as this bright shining sun is out there.
Good comeback from Akiteng. She's gone for 8 in that over. So 63. Hong Kong are doing the right thing. They've reduced the deficit. It's now down to 63 from as many as 68 balls. Good offer, chance and straight to the fielder. Immaculate Nakisui takes the catch to get rid of the set. Shazad. Hong Kong, China lose their second wicket and a big wicket as well because Shazad was the set batter.
A good break away from the pattern there of dot, boundary, to dot, to boundary, then wicket. Shenzhen Shazad, not so happy with herself, yet she's done quite a brilliant job going at over 100% strike rate there. Ball comes in Chan Karik.
Chan Kahi, legend of the game for Hong Kong, China. Over 1,000 T20I runs, 100 T20I wickets. So she's been there, done that. But now the job is different for her. She has to do some work with the bat and not with the ball. Same stage, Uganda were 45 for 2. Hong Kong, China 61 for 2.
Certainly Hong Kong, China ahead by comparison. But a little psychological or moral victory there for Sarah Kiteng, who was finding herself right under the pressure cooker. Sarah eager to go, but umpire says it's a dead ball. Chan Kai has to be fully comfortable.
It gets off the mark, Chan Kai. Very good over for Hong Kong despite a losing wicket. They got at least 9 runs out of it. 9 over 62 for 2.
Chan Kai continuing after taking her guard. Immaculate Naksui making sure that everything is in order and she has the rightful protection to ensure that she can back up Sarah Kiteng's wicket the other end, probably with another on her own end to turn around the tide of the flow of this game.
maybe this would be a bad matchup, Imi and Chan Kai. Right arm off spinner against the left-handed batter. Tries to go big, Chan, but that will land safely right in front of Fiona Kulume. Sometimes wonder for players like Fiona Kulume who can do both skills. You get into the team, you don't get a chance to bat. The ball hasn't been thrown to you as yet. And then at the end of the day, you are just making up the numbers.
Feels like being made a free rider. Sometimes such is the cruel reality of the all-rounders.
And the thing is, when you get an opportunity maybe to do one of your skills, things on that day don't go your way. And then you immediately find yourself out of the team. So sometimes I feel they're not given enough rope to hang themselves. Yet everyone else is given enough rope to do.
But again, Dennis, when you think about it, medium pace hasn't necessarily delivered the goods on the day. Probably it's the spinners who have tried. That could explain why it's preferred even to go to the part-timer in Immaculate.
I think that's the irony of thinking that the medium pace has to be very good. It has to be good. You can't just come and run in and just bowl nice and easy. So the point is it has to be good.
It boils down to the skill set and what is required of you by the team. Nicely done there by Emi.
Yeah, so even a part-timer who's slow, you have to bowl well, otherwise you can cost the team. Comes off the edge and they'll run through. They'll pick a second. Didn't look like there was a second there, but someone was very, very casual. I don't know if Irene Mouton is okay. She keeps holding her back.
Yeah, you would feel there's a bit of an ego there. But you wonder, I know it's always a very tough trade for the keepers, Dennis. But what happens especially when the keeper tends to follow the batter's action and forgets to remain in her mold as the keeper?
Again, it's thought about a second, but very, very... When you're learning cricket, they tell you never run off a misfield. We saw someone losing their wicket. The Namibians, one of them got run out after trying to run off a misfield. Halfway stage, 67 for 2, Hong Kong, China. 57 is what they need from 60 balls as the teams take a drinks break.
After that drinks break at 10 overs, halfway stage, certainly Hong Kong China ahead because Uganda was at 46 for 3. Hong Kong China is at 67 for 2. But then it's earlier on when you were mentioning about different roles and different executions. I'm remembering Namibia's Saima to Lenny. She did her role. Saima to Lenny did her role of just bowling straight up, wicket to wicket, and that made the difference in the middle overs. Probably that is what also the likes of Fiona may look to do if given a chance. But Sarah Akiteng there returning quite strong with the dot ball.
Yeah, went for 9 in her first over. And I don't know now if the matchup works for her against Chan. Swing and a miss, much better from Sarah Kiteng, nice and flat. Yeah, Mariko Hill just walking down the wicket to just give some words of advice, maybe telling her, get me on strike, I'll take care of business.
Good to see the rituals there, Chan Kai going through.
She does exactly that, very, very experienced. You can see Chan Kai had already made up her mind, covered the line of the ball, and just found that gap to get off strike. The signs of a very good player. They understand their cricket.
And making sure not to consume many dot balls, which brings about pressure and basically kills the flow of the innings.
Very well played there by Mariko Hill. Thought about a second, but Stefani Nampina very, very quick.
Intelligent cricket all around. But credit to Sarah Kiteng because she has to go through this mold of period bowling to left-right combinations as well. Another lucky inside edge there. But Sarah Kiteng getting pace off the ball, however, with a bit of the flight, gave the opportunity to Chan Kai to have a little shimmy and pick a single in the minimum.
Chan Kai, I like the name. Chan Kai always anxious to get on strike. I think that's a good partner to have out there in the middle. They are willing to run for your runs as much as they run for their own.
And that brings up the close of that over at 70-2 after 11.
At the same stage, Uganda were 54-3. So Hong Kong, China slightly ahead. If the rain was to come down, then there's no chance of that. Maybe Hong Kong will win the game. We can see the heroine from the win against Namibia, Mariam Bibi, warming up just below us. Immaculate Natsui coming back to bowl a third over. 7 runs given away in just 2 overs. Completely missed and given the stamping effected by Esther Iluku. Went far down the ground, Chan Kai. And wasn't quick enough to go back in a crease. Hong Kong, China lose their third wicket, 70-3.
Dennis, you did mention something about the rain. Not that it might come, but there you are. Stepping out, a little slower to return, but much delight to the execution of Esther Iluko's stamping effort there. Immaculate Nakisoi obliges and is joyful. So Dennis, at the moment, even if Hong Kong, China was required by Duckworth and Lewis pass score, they are definitely still ahead because after 11.1 overs, all they needed to have is 65 on board for 3, but they already have 70 for 3. So I'm sure for the technical support staff for Uganda, they don't want even to have a look at the DL combinations and permutations. All they need to do is look at that wicket comb and have it increasing by the moment.
Clear wickets will be the name of the game for Uganda. Yasmin, the new batter for Hong Kong, China.
Yasmin Daswani immediately in the groove, trying to follow up what Chankai was about with Mariko Hill, but it's a dot ball. Great turn there. Definitely Immaculate Nakisui getting patches of her trade, slowing it up and getting good turn for her spinners.
Good angle from Imi, just making sure she's cramping the batter for any room.
And Dennis, I'm liking that whole little psychological battle. She quickly runs back to her position to make sure she doesn't give Yasmin any breather.
The problem now, the dots will put some pressure on Mariko Hill to try and do something, and that could be to the advantage of Uganda. As long as you keep the other people quiet, that means Mariko Hill has to do something.
Those dot balls are king, and right now they're looking for their queen. Will it be Mariko Hill? It's the end of the over, 70 for 3 after 12.
.54 runs from 54 balls is what Hong Kong, China needs. Very well bowled by so far the scores still not catching up with each other. Hong Kong, China still slightly ahead. Uganda the same stage was 57 for 3. Tossed up in the air, uses her feet, Mariko Hill, but straight to Immaculate Nakisui. We'll just get the single. That's what Uganda should be doing. Get Mariko Hill off strike and try and bowl at the new partners. Again, a short ball from Saraki Teng. Very good work there by Fiona Kulume.
Saraki Teng going through that bit of trying period, the middle periods, but also when the team requires her to pull back the game.
Good use of the feet from Mariko Hill, but straight to the fielder. Must be thinking in her head that she needs to do something just to make sure they keep up with the required rate. It's now 7 runs every over.
Indeed, you seem to see Mariko Hill trying to get Uganda off her rhythm. The Victoria Pals to get out of the rhythm and getting used to the dot balls by rotating the strike, and that is 2 no balls. Unfortunate for Sarah Kiteng there.
Getting off her lines. Yasmin shuffled way across the stumps. The ball was completely missed by the keeper as well.
Sometimes I think we're too harsh to the keepers, because when a batter makes such an offer, you can't stay in the same line.
Yeah, you have only one job as a keeper, to stop the ball. So whichever way you do it, no one is going to blame you that it didn't look fancy. chipping away slowly Hong Kong, China. And with each and every run, they keep reducing that deficit. What was 7 runs every over is now down to at about 6.5. 47 from 48 balls. This is like a welterweight contest, evenly matched punch for punch. 77 for 3 after 13 overs, Hong Kong, China.
And with that status quo, Janet Mbabazi, captain of the Victoria Pals, takes on the responsibility right across her shoulders to try and conjure up something as they dangerously need Yasmin and Mariko. It's a swing and a miss there.
If I was Janet Mbabazi, right now would be a good time to bring back Konsi Aweko. You need to put in at least 2 tidy overs before you go to the part-timers. You don't want to bring back the likes of Konsi when it is a bit too late. Again, a swing and a miss from Yasmin. And Mariko Hill just walks over her to her just to reassure her that do not worry so much. Just try and get me on strike. Because every time you swing and a miss, those are 2 dot balls, yet we could actually get a 1 run, which is more important. Enough Chinese cut. Marisa Ariokot in pursuit. But you can see that Mariko was interested in a third.
Dennis, you do mention the need to bring back your go-to bowlers like Konsi Aweko, because if Janet Mbabazi can generate such turn from the golf course clubhouse end, then how much more would Konsi Aweko with a regular leg spin?
I could be wrong, Michael. Maybe Janet is a bowler, not a part-timer.
She is an all-rounder.
Again, very well done by Yasmin just to get, and they had made changes in the field. They removed the agile Marisa Ariokot. Very, very well done. It's a problem with Uganda. They removed the agile Marisa Ariokot in that region and put Konsi Aweko. They're able to push through a comfortable 3. And those are the problems for Uganda. When you need a keeper, Kevin Awino will be more reliable in that region. It's a bit difficult for Esailuku standing up.
Yeah, Esther's allowed through a couple of buys. 1 too many.
So finding that delicate balance between what you want and what you need.
Proverbial catch-22. You're reserved to trade off.
Very, very quick between these wickets. And that's why I've always thought, because you're going to want to operate like that, especially with the keeper standing up for bowlers like Janet, then that means that what you need is a keeper who can be able to do that. It's difficult for you to use a makeshift in that situation because what you need is different from what you want.
That's 83 for 3 in 14. Dennis, I guess Janet telepathically receive the message, and Konsiaweko will come through, especially to the larger side in terms of the leg boundary, coming down from the airport end.
Yeah. I think big size against big size. Mariko Hill against Konsiaweko. Konsiaweko over 100 T20I wickets for her, to her name. One of the few players in Africa to do that. So this is a time for her to show her value. Good use of the feet from Mariko Hill, but straight to Immaculate Nakisui, who does well. And I've liked the way Yasmin has been able to go about her business. She hasn't connected so many, but she's been doing things around the crease that have also created run scoring opportunities. So she will not be there waiting to play the conventional shot. You're going to see her trying to play the ramp or the paddle sweep. This time uses her feet and goes straight down the ground. Struck powerfully, and that will bisect the two fielders. Picks up a boundary, a much needed boundary for Hong Kong, China. They need 36 runs, Michael, and this run chase is far from over.
You would get a hint and feel that Uganda has sort of stepped back a bit and relaxed on the laurels of the 120 plus. And there again you go, case in point, Yasmin Daswani doing some bit of magic there, making sure they pick up another 3 easily.
7 from 2 balls from Hong Kong, China. It's a big side of the ground. A lot of ground to cover for Irene Mutoni as she chased it down. I'll tell you, you could even run 4 before she got to the ball, because that's a big side of the ground. 33 from so many balls. Hong Kong, China staying in the ranches. And that's even before Mariam Bibi comes out to bat.
When you put it that way, it's really a mammoth task now for the Victoria Pals.
Very well played by Mariko Hill. 9 runs from 4 balls. Can hear the Hong Kong China dugout screaming all the way, you too. It's time then you start to think maybe we didn't score enough runs. Again, good use of the feet. Good work there from Konsiaweko.
Well fielded off her own bowling, Konsiaweko. Yes, this is what makes the difference in such a fixture, showing guts and grit. But that brings up 92 for 3 after 15.
.32 from 30 balls. If you had plans of moving away and doing something else, please do not go away, because we have a game on our hands. Uganda at the same stage were 90 for 3. So again, Hong Kong slightly ahead. But do not go anywhere. We might have a late show, I'll tell you. We're excited about Mariam Bibi after what she did. So when she comes out today, we expect her to do the same thing.
As cricket would have it, different circumstances, different days. Probably Uganda will be wary of Mariam Bibi's ability.
I'll tell you, Michael, on the first 3 match days, all the teams that batted second were the game winners. But today things changed. Namibia winning after batting first, winning by 23 runs against Nepal. Janet Mbabas goes to herself. She's gone for 12 in 2 overs. You can see now the problem is Esther Iloko has moved back, and she's in sort of that no man's zone, no man's land for a wicket keeper. You're not here, you're neither there. So if you get a feather through, the ball can easily beat you and race away to the boundary. She has come back at the start. She's just became confident. Good use of the feet.
And that's very much more required right now, because clearly Mariko Hill will not be one to be afraid of using her feet, especially if the keeper is a little behind.
Yeah, she just needs to be confident. I don't know whether she's moving in at the keeper, because she starts from behind then walks to the stumps. Not acceptable.
That could attract some penalty at some point.
Yeah, but she's standing up anyway. Goes for the swing. Big side of the ground. Lands in the no man's area. They take on the arm of Fiona Kulume. Has to get in quickly, and Mariko Hill is home and dry. I don't know about the Ugandans and what they're planning to do, but you need to commit to one thing. You would rather lose when you have a plan than trying to do everything. So they take Fiona Kulume out of that zone and send down Immaculate Nakisui. I don't think Fiona Kulume did anything wrong.
As cricket would always have you, the ball would definitely come next to the short mid-off.
Trying to switch up things there, Yasmin. You see, Yasmin has 15 to her name, but she's contributed so many more runs than 15.
Absolutely, Dennis. Probably responsible for about 10 extras.
What a shot by Yasmin. This time over the covers, big side of the ground. So a lot of work to do for Immaculate Nakisui to come around.
Great footwork there. She seems to have been a footballer, because she's able to use a back heel and at the same time stop her run momentum, pick up and throw, limiting only to 2 runs. And that completes Fiona Kulume's contribution with a run out, getting rid of Yasmin Daswali, seeing her back. Great change there, probably.
Yeah, team wicket there from Yasmin. Both of them put on a partnership of 36. But a team wicket there, you see, she never bothered to go the other end just to make sure she doesn't sacrifice Mariko Hill. But she hits this one straight to Fiona Kulume, bounced kindly to Fiona Kulume. And the two combine to effect that run out. But very good contribution there from Yasmin. 36 for her with Mariko Hill. And now the big hitting Mariam Bibi comes in. We've been waiting for her a long time.
Naturally, for a neutral, it would feel like it is still very uphill task for Team Uganda, because with only 27 required of about 19 balls.
Hong Kong, China dugout. I think even them, they're expecting a Mariam Bibi special like she did against Namibia.
I beg your pardon, 27 of 24 balls. Any day, if you're the betting type, you would back Hong Kong, China. Immaculate Nakisui to complete her final over allotment, defending at such a very pivotal period of time.
There might have been a moment for Hong Kong, China. Maybe this is it. Try and take on one of those bowlers to reduce that deficit a bit further. Big side of the ground, hit against the wind. So you need to make sure if you're going after anything, it has to be with a lot of force and power. Tossed up in the air, they will take off for missed by Fiona Kulume, and that allowed them to pick up a second. I don't want to say Fiona is having a bad day, but just a misjudgment from her. think she didn't realize that Nampina is so far down the ground. An enemy's field there could cost them, would just allow them to pick up an easy double.
Certainly without being harsh to anyone, but she would be required to dive.
Wides indicated. Freebie for Imi, from Imi. At the back end, Michael, they say the pressure works both ends, both ways. And the 100 comes up for Hong Kong, China. Take off 100. Now you start to count down. You need only 24 runs. Good adjustment there from Mariko Hill. They'll get a single. Mariam Bibi mentioned in the post-match interview when she was player of the match that for her she sees every ball like it can go for 6. I hope she can hold herself back just to make sure that they first get close and then finish it off.
This will be a little good contest with Immaculate Naksui trying to get a wicket.
She's sort of a small lioness. Small in stature but can hit a long ball.
True, you can sense the feel that she really wants to get going, rotating the strike initially.
Well played and beats Irene Mutoni, the youngster. Some work to do for Konsi Aweko, and she'll not be able to stop it. The ball racing to the boundary. Not very happy, Immaculate Nakisui, but there was width on offer. And Mariam Bibi makes sure she has the control. And the ball trickles into the boundary.
Certainly the youngster could have done much more than that because she was slow on her feet.
I told you, Michael, the pressure works both ends at the back end. Even the fielders will be feeling it. I think Ime will be right to be very, very frustrated. She's been brilliant in the field, helping all the other bowlers. And now they don't seem to be returning the favor for her. I won't be surprised if she tosses one up in the air.
You wouldn't want Victoria Powers to kind of crumble into a self-destruct mode. But Imi could still pull it up here. And that brings a completion of Imi's allotted overs with 15 runs for a single wicket. After her 4 allotted overs, has Uganda at 106. I beg your pardon, has Hong Kong, China at 106 for 4 after 17. So 8, meaning it's only 18 balls to go. Of 18 is the equation at the moment.
18 of 18 batters game to lose because they still have as many as 6 wickets in hand. I don't know if Janet Mbabas is the right bowling option right now. Very well played by Bibi. Proskovia Alako comes around. They think about the second. The throw is off the stumps. Too easy for Hong Kong, China. Uganda been terrible in the field. Should never been a 2. I don't think Jenny should have bowled now. She's not the kind who can be able to help a team defend. It's too gentle pace. Oh, very well played. Good, intelligent cricket. Unfortunately for them, they bowled out Irene Mutoni, who could have been useful at the back end. Konsi Aweko is having an off day, so she doesn't seem like another option.
And Sarah Kiteng didn't have a best of days as well.
But it doesn't happen so often that you score 124 runs and they are not enough, especially in girls cricket. But Hong Kong China have been the form team. They've had the momentum coming in from the last 2 match days. Good use of the feet and very well done by Mariko Hill. Just makes the adjustment, and Mariam Bibi had already committed to the run.
It's one of those days in the game of cricket, the harsh reality hits you that maybe, just maybe, you needed to have done a little more effort when you had the resources with you.
Yeah, not standing behind the stumps there, Janet Mbaba is very, yeah, as I said, the pressure works both ways, so sometimes you can forget your basics.
And the body language, the dropped shoulders, the stooping, and it's all there to be seen, written all over the golden faces, and that is always the difference.
Very well done by Hong Kong China. Told you, Uganda, a lot of lessons for them between what you need and what you want, and especially with that team selection. I think there are things that they need to get right. They're exceptionally talented girls, but sometimes bringing it together as a group has been the problem for them. 18 overs gone, 112 for 4, 12 off 12 balls, 2 hits away. Easier said than done. 2 hits or 3 hits away. Konsi Aweko will take the ball from the airport end.
Konsi Aweko, given the responsibility of the penultimate over, not that it is as much pressurizing at the moment.
Yeah, usually this is one of the important overs. The game is won or lost in the 19th over. So even as a batting team, uses up feet, just able to dab the ball. Even as a batting team, you want to make sure you score as many as possible in the 19th over. And as a bowling unit, you have to make sure you are as solid as ever in the 19th to make sure you make it difficult in the final over if you're bowling, and if you're batting, it's easy for you to chase the winning runs in the final over. BB trying to go big, but I think that will land safely. No man's land. And the powerful throw, and that must have caught her short of her ground. A bit casual from Mariko Hill, and a powerful arm from Marisa Ariokot gives Uganda something out of nothing.
That's a perfect execution of a fielding experience there. Marisa Ariokot showing what Uganda ought to have been doing all through this inning, rather than the laid-back, relaxed approach. Look at that, the way she runs in, picks up that ball with the right bounce, and rifles it in.
Yeah, very casual to get the big back there from Mariko Hill. I think she didn't expect the direct hit. And the good thing about that is that they didn't get an extra run. So it is 10 from 10. Bibi will need to do something, but you see she was trying to attack the big side of the ground. If Konsi is wise and she keeps tossing it up in the air, maybe they could snare Miriam Bibi as she's trying to go for a big one.
And then would have such a finale on our hands, because it would imply just 5 to 4 more wickets.
Sui Mi Wai is the new batter for Hong Kong China, but she's not on strike, and Miriam Bibi will continue with the strike for Hong Kong. They take off quickly again. Another misfield from the youngster Irene. That's the pressure of the game. Gets in very late, but she safely makes it home.
I think Bibi has injured herself in the process.
I hope not.
She had an awkward knee bumper there off the ground while landing
Yeah,
in that dive.
awkward landing for her, but again the inexperience here for Irene Mutoni. She's been put in a high traffic area. Don't know if the captain doesn't realize that she cannot be behind the bat for now. It's the second time she's missing the ball. Last time it went for a boundary. I highly doubt that Miriam Bibi could go off now because she knows what's at stake.
Thankfully for her, the adrenaline will take control of the process
Exactly.
right now.
8 from 8. Is it? No, 8 from 9.
Yes.
Michael, your math is as bad as mine.
Well, mine isn't as bad. It's 8 of 9.
8 of 9. Why
As a
does-
batter, you always had to learn how to count those finishing runs.
You're a faithful man, Michael. Where do you think this will go?
It is still Hong Kong, China to lose.
Hits it down the ground. Very good awareness from Imi. She's making sure she's standing at least on the 45-yard line. The new batter on strike, 7 from 8.
The simple reason why I say that is because even in the circumstance of having lost that run-out wicket of Mariko Hill, you still have a Bibi, Mariam Bibi there, and Sui Miwi, who as well can just rotate the strike and find their way home.
When you're having a bad day in the field, the ball will keep following you around. Again, it finds Irene Mutoni, but this time she puts her body on the line. So they'll just get a single. 6 from 7. 1 hit away. 1 Miriam Bibi hit away. Tosses it up in the air, uses her feet. I think they'll just take the single because they want Bibi to be on strike. It's 5 from 6 from here on. 119 for 5, Hong Kong, China. 7 runs from that Konsi Aweko over. Uncharacteristic spell from her. She's gone for 32 in half 4. Sarah Kiteng will bowl the final over for Uganda from the golf club end. And she has only 5 runs to work with.
You know, Dennis, this is an impossible equation for Sarah because this is the shorter boundary and it is Bibi on strike.
Yeah, shorter side of the ground. Bibi has struck 3 sixes on this end. So she knows where the boundary is. Tries to go big immediately. First ball, but chance for a catch. And it's taken.
That is Rita Musamali making the equation very interesting and taking it to the grand final.
Yeah, Bibi trying to go big, but doesn't find the height and distance. Only ends up finding the waiting hands of Rita Musamali. Not a terrible hit from her, was straight into the side screen.
Dennis, the technique had me a bit concerned for her own safety, but she comfortably concludes the catch.
Technique won't matter because at least I like the attitude of Bibi. She doesn't want to wait around for very long. Go big or go home for her.
That technique reminds me of the famous Richard Okia, the crocodile unsurvivable.
One of the selectors for the Ugandan teams, Richard Okia. Ikra is the new batter for Hong Kong, China. They still need 5 runs from 5 balls. Do not go anywhere. It's not yet over.
Absolutely. And you can get onto your feet just like we are doing here in the comms box.
They take off, chance for a run out. Completely missed. They think about a second, another chance for a run out. The throw, very poor. The presence of mind of the Ugandan team, unavailable and missing. is where they tell you calm down. The pressure works both ways. Just hold the ball. No one is going to take a run. Fortune favors the brave. Hong Kong China get their 2 runs. So it's now 3 or 4 balls. It's cricket after this tournament. We'll all need to go to our cardiologists. It has not been very, very kind on the heart. Again, they just take off. Won't happen for Easter Yeluko. 2 from 3 balls.
Dennis, it's
First
always
find the 1 run to get you to make the scores level, and then look for the winning run. But I'm sure if it was Bibi, for her it will be game, set, and a match. I think everyone should be moving in for Uganda. I don't know why they have guys on the boundary, because you're only defending 2 runs.
scores just 1 for the tie. Hong Kong, China, dugout. Very.
You can see Ikra on the other end. She's ready to take off. Wherever they hit it, she will run. 2 of 2.
Sarah Kiteng holding her nerve there and just getting through, ensuring that there is no chance of an extra.
You can see Ikra ready to take off. I think she'll even run a by. Wides. The wides makes scores level.
It's always a very edgy and cagey affair in such tight moments, but there you have it. Scores are level at the moment, and all that is required right now is to find that elusive single and Hong Kong China home.
1 of 1. Here we go, and the touch and go. Chance for a run out the other end. Completely undone by the Ugandans. They will get through Ikra and Sui, and that will be the game for Hong Kong. They win by 4 wickets. A lot of fielding missed this. A lot of the fielding for the Ugandans today, letting them down.
It's of course a regrettable performance from the Victoria Powers. You feel for them because it looked a bit easier until it dawned on the Victoria Powers that it wasn't that easy at the very, or you would call it in the second half of this particular inning. But credit to Hong Kong China, who went through more clinical and ultimately win by 6 wickets.
Yeah, the batting scorecard for Hong Kong China. Very, very well done. They stayed in the run chase. 33 for Shazin Shazad, 33 for 31 balls. Mariko Hill, 30 from 34. She was there all the way up to the end. Yasmin and Mariam Bibi doing their thing in the middle order to make sure they anchor the rest of the inning. And the job was finished off by Ikra and Sui. 14 extras bowled by the Ugandans. Those are 2 overs and a couple of balls extra. That's a lot of work for them to do as they think about things and reflect on this particular game. The bowling for the Ugandans, 2 for 24 for Sarah Kiteng. But today, their anchor bowler, Sekonsi Aweko, 32 in her 4 overs. And Immaculate Naksui, really the standout, 1 for 15 for her. Irene Mutoni, the youngster, going for 24 in her quarter of 4. The worry for the Ugandans will be that extra score. 14 of them delivered today. Hong Kong getting home, even with the ball to spare. Hong Kong winning this one by 4 wickets. And that victory should take them to the top of the table of this 4-nation Women's Day series. The match summary of the game, 123 for 5. was bowling both sides of the wicket, and she was easy pickings for the batters.
Come the post-match presentation on match day number 4, the second game of this particular day, a game between Uganda up against Hong Kong, China. First things first, Uganda won the toss and elected to bat first, managed to get together 123 runs for the loss of 5 in their allotted 20 overs. In reply, Hong Kong managed to get to that total after losing only 6 wickets, a massive win for Hong Kong. But not just congratulations, but congratulations to both sides who played an exciting game of cricket. But before we proceed to awarding the player of the match in this particular game, allow me to speak to the two captains. Janet Mbabazi from Uganda. Commiserations, Janet. Unfortunately, not able to get over the line in this one. But you won the toss, your first toss in the tournament. Managed to get the 120 runs you are looking for. Where do you think you guys got it wrong?
I think mainly on the field. Yes, I think we're a very good, decent fielding team. I felt like we should have done better, but nonetheless, the things happen, and I'm sure the girls have taken a few lessons from today's game, and hopefully they'll come back stronger tomorrow.
Any positives going into, of course, tomorrow's game?
The batters have been able to express themselves today. They've been able to, go out there and, show everyone what they're capable of. So maybe we'll build from that and try and set up a good score. I'm very confident in the girls' bowling abilities and fielding. So, yeah.
Best of luck in the tournament. Natasha Miles, the captain of Hong Kong, China. Expected a bigger smile on your face, but first things first, congratulations in this particular one. Where do you think for you as a side, where did you actually think that you guys won the game?
I think all across both innings we did things well. Our bowlers bowled really well in the power play, we bowled really well in the death, and I think as a batting performance that's probably as complete as they come.
Yeah, and especially now you sit top of that particular log, you'll obviously be looking to try and keep up that bit of momentum. But what particular players in your side do you want perhaps given a couple of flowers and recognition in terms of picking up this massive victory?
Oh, you always ask me this, but I think everyone who comes up and performs does it. I mean, Shaz up front was fantastic, set the tone. Marika coming in at 3, also, keeping the run rate going over and setting us up. And our openers, Ikra and Allison, bowled really well up front. Carrie came on and bowled and kept the momentum going in the field. So I think everyone just did a really fantastic job. There's no, if I missed out a name, it's unfortunate.
Yes, but congratulations yet again, and best of luck in the tournament. Yes, sir, but before we are going to award the player of the match, allow me to introduce the person who will be awarding the particular award. Former chairperson of Uganda Cricket Association, Mr. Michael Nwagaba. And the player of the match in this particular fixture is a batter that walked in early on in the inning. A Hong Kong batter managed to get 33 runs off 31 balls, picked up 2 catches. Shazin Shazad. Shazin. I can imagine the excitement. I know you probably want to run into the celebrations, but a few questions. What was your mindset when you're going out there to chase out 124 runs?
Main thinking?
What was your mindset? What were you thinking?
Okay, I just stayed positive and I was watch ball, hit ball, and go for it. Be confident.
At what particular stage in the ranches did you think that you could actually get that 124?
Second over.
Second over, early on in the ranches, you already felt that you could chase a score. Any of the batters that battered with the partnerships, where do you think you actually won it in terms of the partnerships?
Everyone who came in with me, even Meeks, I think only Meeks, that's it.
I can see you're short of words. You just enjoy your excitement and the victory for you. That was it in terms of the post-match presentation. Do you stay with us for the next game tomorrow?